which is that in the 2 day, we will have a lot of open houses. We will have experts obviously making their point, but then more than that, once those experts have spoken, they will actually be giving us more time to have a Q&A format interaction with all of you. Okay? Because we have 2 days ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, we will have to ensure a few things, which, as I said, that we are already, all of us, webinar fatigued. We know that for sure, right? I don't even have to say that. We've been attending webinars in dime a dozen, and this is no different, if I may say. But the only thing is how we make it different. That's the real idea, and by that is purely because if you can do it in an interactive fashion. My name is Gaurav Yadav. For the benefit of all of you, I founded IPN 4 years ago in India, which is Indian Principals Network. Fast forwarding it 4 years down the line, network is at present hosting 5,000 school leaders across India. And obviously now, while you all are part of a global community, which we are building, starting to build, in fact, along with you, we're now going and taking IPN global. So no longer will IPN be India, if I may say. Now we believe that it's a global canvas, and IPN will now, in fact, will be working along with stakeholders from across the country. This present summit, which we are hosting, or the conference which we are hosting, is part of that journey which we want to engage on. Kindly mute yourself, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Good morning, Gaurav.
Good afternoon, Neeraj. Yeah. My request is to all of you to please mute yourself. And as I say, this is a very, very regular exercise. When you're in an online scenario, this will keep happening. We've been doing it for the past 60, 70 odd days. That this will happen. So these disturbances is something which we'll have to overlook, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. While we were putting together this Confluence, ladies and gentlemen, let me put a very specific context around it. Why and what did we wanted to achieve from this? Obviously, this is a teamwork, a team which has been religiously working behind the scenes, if I may say. And a lot of Indian school leaders and global leaders supported me in this endeavor. One such lady, if I can quickly introduce her, and she's also the IPN Voyage Chair, is Mrs. Sita Murthy. She's the director at the Silver X Group School in Hyderabad, which is largely in the southern part of India. Mrs. Murthy, if you're there with us, I'll ask you to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Hello, Gaurav, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the IPN Voyage.
Good to have you. Good to see you. Yes. So, Mrs. Murthy was instrumental in putting this together with me. In fact, she guided me through and through, and we've been working for the past 45 odd days in putting this together. I will keep saying this as we go along, ladies and gentlemen, and you have to bear with me that whosoever is joining us, please start muting yourself. Okay? That's my request. Yeah. Otherwise, see, what will happen is that I may not really like, personally, none of us would like that I have to act a little cheeky and ask you to, or say, put you in the waiting room. Okay? So having said this, let me quickly set the context going, ladies and gentlemen, which is very simple. There is too much of gloom around us. So there's no point talking about that there are 1.6 billion students not going to school, etc., etc. I choose to talk about something which is fairly positive, if I may say. And if we start looking the world after the Feb window, or if I may say March window, there are a lot of positive things which have happened. To name few of them, let me make a quick mention of those. The world or the environment is far better. I'm sure we all can vouch about that. Our mega cities have clearer skies, if I may say, than ever before, at least in my lifetime, right? I'm sure you've been following the work of SpaceX in technology. Finally, after an up-team amount of events, SpaceX could land their satellites of NASA's satellites in the space. And that shows the indomitable spirit of entrepreneurship. And it happened only on the 20th of May, in fact. So from the community spirit to, I would say, reduce carbon emission, focus on essential workers, there are a lot of positive things which have happened during these COVID times as well. Lastly, being a soccer fan and fan of sports, Liverpool won day before yesterday, after a long time, their EPL title. If you love sports and you know that that match was actually played with no one in the ground. So people have chosen, if I may say, happiness over gloom. We will come back to the normalcy for that matter. It's a state of mind what we eventually take up. So I would rather say that there are a lot of statistics going around. There are a lot of information about what is not going wrong or what is going wrong in this world. But it's a choice we make, and I personally feel at IPN and with all of you together with me, we have to make this choice at the very outset today when we embark on these 2 days together, which is that we will highlight what is good things which are happening around us. And there are way too many good things which are happening. New lives are taking shape in these times as well. They are coming to the new world, if I may say, guys. So we have to give them the promise of hope. And if I may quote one of the leaders, which is my personal favorite leader, and I'm sure he's leader of all of one's choices, Barack Obama, he believes in the power of hope. Right? So I may not really be very rhetoric in my speech. I will, as I said, I've given you pointers. You're all leaders from a very distinguished backgrounds. So firstly, my heartiest thank you to all of you for joining us from across the globe with us at IPN Voyage for the 2 scintillating days of learning, if I may say. We have really put together very, very esteemed, not only just panels, but we have worked hard that we make your minute, or if we may say, we make your seconds worth in gold. No protocols, no big speeches, only solutions to the questions which we want to have for ourselves and for our better future, if I may say. We all have the liberty of working in a sector wherein we are actually shaping the future of countries, nations, and continents and this world. So I'm sure while we endeavor these 2 days together, and this may be just the beginning of better things ahead, and there are a lot of better things happening around us, my request is that let's stay optimistic. Let's try to be part of the solution matrix, if I may say. And as we go along, I will personally ensure I will be with you through and through these 2 days with us, and so will be the other leaders. I will personally ensure that I note down everything which you are sharing with us and which is worth implementing. And we will ensure that each and every point you have made, which is worth, I would say, a practical approach, we will give it to the larger canvas under IPN, which is now a global platform. Do not even think for once that your voice is not substantial enough to make an impact. I would say under one cohesive entity of IPN, we may end up doing that together. And I'm a firm believer when we say together, in a way, we are talking about collaboration. Though it's, again, and I personally feel these are all cliched words if you do not make a real sense out of them, if you do not use them truly. But I can assure you for that matter that at IPN, we have walked the talk. Whatever we have promised to the audience, we have ensured that we have delivered on those yardsticks. So firstly, I welcome all of you from different part of the world, different part of geographies, but our common aim is to be together in these difficult times, but I personally feel these challenging times are also presenting us with a lot of opportunity. And those opportunities, if I may say, are something which we're going to discuss in the next 2 days here on the IPN Voyage platform. People who are joining us a little late, I will request all of you to please mute yourself so that there is little disturbance or there is possibly no disturbance and we get to the point in specific. Right? Quickly outlining the next 2 days ahead of us. Very, very objective. I have requested all of you to please mute yourself if you have joined us. I will request that request remains a request. I would not like to do it myself, which will have to send you into a waiting room, etc. So please mute yourself so that there is no disturbance. And as I was saying, if I had to outline exactly how we will unfold these 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, though there's a very elaborate agenda which has been shared with all of you, few things which may not be captured on those agenda, I would like to talk about it for that matter, is one, please do ask questions, as many of that possible. However, while you ask those questions, please be very, very focused and pointed in your questions. Though we are representing our local, or I would say regional representation, I will request if we can talk about universal problems and universal solutions to them. You can give a reference to your local context. Obviously, you come from a local context that will be required. However, I will ensure that if we can broad base our suggestions or our opinions, that will be wonderful. We will take due breaks as we go along. These are, as I said, these are the liberties online platforms presents us. So whenever there's a break, we will let you know well in advance. Number two, all our speakers have devoted a lot of time with respect to working out their topics or discussion points. In that case, I would say they have also requested me, or in fact, they have guided me through that we should have more of a Q&A format rather than monologue speeches. Very few, I can assure you on that, there will be no monologue speeches, there will be only dialogues and Q&A with you. In fact, we still have another 15 odd minutes, but I usually like to be very, very precise and I like to be on point to my discussion. So I will in fact like to, if I can quickly check if my panelists are with me for the first session or our inaugural session, in fact, then I would like to quickly introduce them and then we can kickstart this right away. However, before I go there, since we have more or less participants now joining us from across the globe, if I may say, I will again ask, and I did make a mention earlier as well, which is we are a very, very, India is a welcoming country and every country is a welcoming country. So in our Hindi or in our language, we say Atiti Devo Bhava. So I welcome to all and every participant from across the globe who have joined us at this IPN Voyage 2-day conference with us. I will request leaders who are joining us from outside of India, if they can possibly unmute themselves and introduce themselves to us as to where are you, which part of the world are you. We'll be glad to know you a little more. Yeah. Anyone can take the lead. Yeah.
This is Syed Tahir Ali, Vice Principal, India International School, Sharjah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good to have you. Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for just taking this initiative.
Welcome, welcome.
Good afternoon, Gaurav. This is Abhilasha. I think the participants must mute their mics.
I'll request them once more. That is the.
मुझे भी लग रहा है बीच में ब्रेक भी 11 होगा, पता नहीं कितना लंबा चलेगा इसका.
हाँ मैम, हमने सुन लिया आप जो बोल रही हैं. तो आप म्यूट कर
मैं
लीजिए।
आपको मैसेज ही करने वाली थी कि सर ये कितने घंटे का सेशन।
In the class all the time.
एजेंडा मिला होगा।
बात नहीं है, ज्वाइन थे सारे नहीं
This is
करते हैं।
India at its best, if I may say. So, बोलिए आप।
ज्वाइन थे सारे।
अल्पना जी आप बोल सकती हैं। Okay, my request to all of you, those who have joined us, please mute yourself once you have joined us. Okay. There was a lady who was trying to introduce themselves. Ma'am, please go ahead. Yeah. I thought in the past 70 days we became a little more adaptive in terms of using technology, but I think I was wrong. Okay, anyway, quickly. So anyone who is outside of India and would like to quickly introduce yourself, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and then introduce, ma'am or sir. No. I think what I've done is the only risk which I'm running is that I don't want to let the other people's example. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, Trilok ji, boliye. So I can gather that since I have muted all of you, possibly, can you have a show of hand, those who want to speak, so that I can unmute you? If you want to speak, then you can have a show of hand. Then I can unmute you for that matter, because we still have 5 minutes, if I may say, before we kickstart our first inaugural session. In fact, what I can do, yeah, Alpna Mukherjee, yes, you can unmute yourself, ma'am, and then now you can, yeah, Alpna, yeah.
Good afternoon, Gaurav, and good afternoon, everyone who are there in this platform, and good morning from Accra. I am very good morning from here, though. I'm Alpana Mukherjee. Few minutes ago, I just introduced briefly. I work in an IB World School. We are offering all the 4 programs of IB.
Okay.
And I'm heading the secondary school section and working with IBO as a consultant and the workshop leaders and their, and in this continent, I have been here for last 20 years. So when I saw this IPN and I started wanted to connect with the Indian communities and Indian tribes, all of them together, so that we can really share and care our ideas and values and the practices, because this is such a wonderful initiative. Being disconnected from the country for so long, this is some kind of the platform I feel that I'll be connected to, and I will be giving back to the country as well, and sharing the ideas from you and us together. So that's the whole reason for us.
Wonderful, wonderful, Alpna ji. Where are you from? You are from Ghana, as you said, right? You are in Ghana right now. Very
yes,
nice.
I'm in Ghana right now.
Good to have
Yes.
you. Johnson, you did introduce yourself, but you can do it now. Johnson, once again. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Name is Johnson Ozwoka. I principal Aduve International School, Abuja, Nigeria.
Lovely.
My school runs the British curriculum with elements of the local curriculum embedded in it as well. So our students eventually leave at the end of year 12.
Okay. Okay.
Schools within and outside of the shores of the country. It's a pleasure being here.
Fantastic. Good to have you. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Ayman Suleiman. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here right now, and I'm from Iraq, north of Iraq. I'm the head of school for a Continuum IB school. It's a pleasure to be with you guys, especially in this current situation, for exchanging and planning for the upcoming year for opening and during the COVID-19. It's an honor pleasure for me. Thank you so much for this time.
Most welcome, Ayman. Eman, right? Am I pronouncing it right?
Yes.
Eman, wonderful name.
Thank you.
Fawzia, please go ahead. Fawzia Hassan, you can unmute yourself, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good afternoon from India.
All right. Even good afternoon from UAE.
Wonderful.
Just
Good to
exhausting
have
work. Great to be a part on this platform. And we are going to see the new normal, what it is going to become.
Exactly.
And we have seen, seen and adapted to the new changes in these
Correct.
times.
Correct.
Yeah. And we have come to the end of the academic session here now in June. And let's see how the new session we get prepared to. And
Yes.
I'm excited to be here so that I come to know how things are happening around the world.
Most welcome.
And I
Most welcome.
congratulate you for this platform.
Thank you very
Great
much,
job.
ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Asha Naha Farheen. Yes. You can unmute yourself now. And then we will go to our inaugural session, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you all at IPN, and I'm really, really grateful for Mr. Gaurav that, the boundaries are closed and now it is open, but still there's a phobia not to travel back to the home country. But still, I'm back to India, and I'm particularly excited to meet Ms. Shivakumari and Ms. Sita Murthy. And there's a message for Ms. Sita Murthy. She was the evaluating team member of my, first school, and she inspired me to reach where I am. So I actually looked people like her that, wow, so much they are achieving. So I'm 32 years old, and now I'm leading a school, and all because of, leaders like Sita Murthy. So it's wonderful.
Wow.
We are a newly, authorized IB school, and this is the first school in this particular area, and it's a very remote area. So yeah, I'm feeling glad, and I'm too excited to learn from you all, because yes, there is a lot to learn.
Which part of India are you in?
Okay, my native is Bhopal, and I just heard someone from Bhopal, so I was so happy. Yeah, I belong to City of Lakes, Bhopal. I was working in South India for almost 2 years, and then I moved to Bangladesh last year. And in 11 months, what all we achieved. So it's a history for this place.
Very
but yes,
nice.
I'm too excited. Thank you so much, Mr. Gaurav, for creating this platform. I'm so happy and feeling rejuvenated.
Most welcome. Most welcome. Most welcome. Okay. So thank you. And anyone else who is Robert Thorn, I know, is from Slovakia. He's with us. I could also see Dr. Stephen with us. Dr. Stephen, you there? Dr. Stephen, you there? If you can unmute yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Now you're audible to us. Hold on. Now you can unmute yourself once. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Well, welcome from Sydney in Australia, and I'm looking forward to sharing tomorrow, and also listening today. So it's evening here.
Fantastic.
And I'll look forward to joining in tomorrow, especially in the session. Okay.
Correct. Dr. Stephen will be taking an exclusive session, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow. He is our esteemed speaker joining us from Sydney. Thank you, Dr. Stephen. Okay, quickly diving to our first inaugural session. So what I will do is I'll request, I think I can see Raghav, you're there. Yes, Mr. Raghav is there with us. I'm just unmuting you. You can unmute yourself. Yeah. Raghav has unmuted. Now I go to Mrs. Vanita, Mrs. Uppal, if you can please unmute yourself. Yeah, Mrs. Vanita, I have unmuted you, ma'am. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vinita.
No, Vinita Uppal. Are you Vinita Uppal, ma'am?
No.
Hold on. Yeah, ma'am. Just I was just getting into the first session speakers. Okay. Yeah, Uppal, ma'am. Can you unmute yourself, ma'am? Now? Hold on. So what I'm going to also do, Raghav, I'm actually making you a co-host along with, I'll unmute you. So you can actually unmute yourself then. So what I'm doing is I have made Vinita ji, and then I have also making you, in fact, Lee, I will make you the co-host as well, so you can very much access this the way I am accessing for that matter. Lee is also there, so Lee, hold on, give me a moment. Yeah, done. Okay, so before we go to our inaugural session, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, yeah, sorry.
I think you made Leena Borse the co-host.
Did I? Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment. Yeah, Vinita ji, you're also the co-host. So if you can unmute yourself, or am I audible to you, ma'am? Veena ji? Vinita ji? I think she's not around. Is she
Hello?
around?
Is that, you're talking to me?
No. Yours is Banita, right? Okay, hold on. So I will just quickly check on what is the name of Vanita ji's device, because I think I'm losing her on that bit, or either she's not around. So never mind. So what I'll do is, that is something I'll quickly leave to the team to work out, number one. In the interim, Lee, can you hear me? You're there? Lee Dabagia, you there? Because you can actually unmute yourself. I have made you the co-host now.
Okay, now I can.
Fantastic. Yeah, you can access it now. And I am though missing one of my panelists. However, I will quickly locate that. But before we go there, Pankaj, Pankaj, if you can search Miss Vinita on the list and just try to unmute ma'am. Okay?
I just checked.
Thanks. So, okay, so quickly starting this, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, our inaugural session, in fact, why this is very important a session, I'll tell you, because what we thought of was that it is very important that we set the context going in the right direction for the next 2 days of ours. So which is that we try to dissect through our experts on the panel, which obviously I'm introduced to you very soon, is what is the new normal? Or while we are talking about leading the schools to the new normal, let's dissect what will be the new normal with context to the schools of India. Obviously, schools are part of the larger ecosystem, which I'm sure my experts will take care of, giving you a fairly global perspective on what will be the new normal going forward in our case at the school fraternity of India. As a disclaimer, would like to make a quick mention, ladies and gentlemen, that please understand this. This is a knowledge sharing platform. So we may not have the power of making policy level changes. We may not have the authority, if I may say, to make few claims which we cannot complete, if I may say. So we'll be very, very objective in our deliberation. And in fact, all of my speakers or the guests will be largely on those lines. So while I may understand that a lot of you possibly may have that temptation of asking that why don't we huddle up and go to the government of XYZ country, please understand this. We will certainly like to attempt that, but as if now, that's not the aim. The aim is to deliberate and get solution from the leaders of this platform, which is IPN, which, as I said, we have taken to the larger canvas. Okay? I think Mrs. Uppal has also joined us. I could very well see ma'am. Ma'am, were you able to unmute yourself, Vanita ji?
No.
No, she is already unmuted. I have unmuted her. Welcome, ma'am.
Which is why we
I
could
can't
hear you.
seem to. I think I'll have to sign in again. Can you hear me?
No. Yes. Loud and clear.
Okay, but okay.
Cheer up. Happy. Yes. Good. So quickly introducing my three panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start with the lady, Mrs. Vanita Uppal, OBE, and the director of the British School in New Delhi, has a very, very demonstrated work back here, not only just in India, but possibly I think magnitude goes in the entire Southeast Asia. And because she comes from the IB fold, her influence is fairly, I would say, pervasive across boundaries around the globe, if I may say. She is, as a matter of distinction, to my knowledge, only school leader in India to be conferred with the OBE, which is Order of the British Empire, which obviously is a testimony of the body of work she carries along with her. Mrs. Uppal is a very integral part of this entire, if I may say, IPN voyage, because she did help me in a way to put together the broader structuring and what will be the broader takeaways or what will be the liking for the school leaders like yourself by sharing her global perspective with me, actually. So thank you very much, Mrs. Uppal. We look forward to have you. In fact, for all the days, that's a little more to ask from you, but certainly we are looking forward to your deliberation to start with. First thing.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you.
I next go to two gentlemen. In fact, in this panel, usually, if you look at it, we try to keep a balance of gender equality. However, we were not able to keep that balance, but nevertheless, I'll go to Lee first. Lee Dabeja. Lee, is that your, how do you pronounce your name, Lee? Lee?
Dabeja.
Dabeja. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So Lee Dabeja, a US resident, I think nationals from the USA, United States of America, currently I think working in Abu Dhabi in the Summit International School, which I believe he's leading as a principal. And good to have you with us, Lee. We would love to have your perspective. We did have a conversation yesterday about what we're going to deliberate on. So I personally feel the session or your deliberation will be looked up by everyone in the session.
Thank you, Gaurav. It's an honor to be here. I appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to learning a lot over the weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last but not the least, I took the liberty because we are host. I can very well say Raghav is the host of this program. So host usually comes at the last. So hence Raghav Podar, ladies and gentlemen, is a chairman of Podar Education Group in India, a very, very established education group, pre-independence. In fact, they started their operations in the year 1927. So they have seen the thick and thick. Our country is got our independence only in 1947. So please understand this, that their body of work has been, in fact, not just about when we became a country which was independent, but before that also they were having their commitment toward education for the Indian audience at large, if I may say. Raghav is obviously leading the group, which is being developed by his forefathers. But having said this, the beauty of knowing Raghav is that he comes with a very, very, if I may say, global experience. Whatever little I've spoken to him, and when I I was trying to put this together for all of us, and for the inaugural bit, I thought he'll be, along with Mrs. Uppal, India's best representation to the world. So welcome, Raghav. Over to you, Mrs. Uppal and Lee, to take it over from here on. I would, as a moderator, would only request if I can work on the sequence. We'll go by the same sequence. We'll start with Mrs. Uppal. We'll go to Lee after then, and possibly you will conclude that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep it in a very, as I mentioned earlier, this will be a very, very interactive way of doing it. However, we'll be giving our speakers initial, I believe, 7 to 8 minutes to speak on their respective view on what the entire new normal would look like, which is our inaugural sessions outlining or context setting. After that, we'll open it up for Q&A, which is obviously your Q&A. However, before we go there in terms of Q&A, I will just request all of you, please, when you have a question, please do have a show of hand, and obviously you can have a very pointed question so that we can cover more questions at large. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a great day and a day after tomorrow together with us. Over to Mrs. Uppal. Please, ma'am, take it over. Yeah.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think we need to mute mics first.
Yeah.
I can get a lot of echo.
Okay. Okay.
So clearly these are, I think the one word that we've heard a lot in the last 4 months is unprecedented difficult, trying, challenging, definitely not normal. So when we talk about moving to the new normal, maybe I'd like to set the context and talk about moving to a new paradigm, because we'll all agree that there is nothing normal about what we've experienced and what we continue to experience. To begin with, what we've had is disruption at a level that's been unanticipated. Nobody with the best minds could have anticipated a disruption like the one we've just experienced. We've gone through and we are going through a disruptive time. We are also going through a bit of transition because we are learning as we're going along. And because we are all educators, and as Gaurava said at the start, we are hopeful and optimistic and solution focused. We've also started reimagining, rethinking, remolding, and there are so many verbs there. But we've also started thinking of the way forward and what is really our imperative to do in the context. So the first thing I would like to say is that the need is for a holistic 360 degrees approach and not anything piecemeal. If one thing this crisis has shown very painfully is the fault lines in our systems, be it the economy, the society, the polity at large, those fault lines have become painfully obvious. So what is not needed is patchwork. That's the worst thing we can do. What we need to do, it might take more time, it might be more difficult, but we have to have a holistic 360-degree approach into the future. I call it future-proofing. It's not about solving the current problem, it's about future-proofing and bringing in sustainability into what we want to achieve. Let's begin with a few assumptions. And the biggest one, which I'm sure since I have school leaders as my audience, they will agree with me, that schools play a vital role beyond learning. Schools play a very significant custodial and community role, and that is central to a healthy society. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to situate education as the centerpiece of bringing in societal change, of bringing in societal good, and it's important not to just pay lip service to it and not return to the status quo. My second assumption is a question about what is the purpose of education, right? Is it just to create kings of content? Definitely no. We want to create knowledgeable and skilled change makers who have arrived at that point through deep learning and not through rote learning. I know Gaurava mentioned at the start that we shouldn't quote unhappy statistics, but the OECD report did say that when the pandemic hit the world, 1/5 of the world's children did not have access to the internet or to a device. That is our reality, right? So what did school teachers and leaders do when the pandemic hit and lockdowns were announced? What do? We got to work. We transformed ourselves from being magicians in a classroom to deliverers of online lessons, right? We coped, we struggled, we then began to navigate, right? We scaffolded our skills, we tweaked, we saw what we could do better, but challenges remained. Continuity of learning, quality of learning, assessment of student progress, well-being, absolutely critical. How do you support parents so they can support children? For schools that hadn't worked upon building strong homeschool partnerships, this must have been a rude awakening because it's a triangle. Everybody has to work together. The tech infrastructure, and I think that's where the biggest revolution happened. Technology, as most school leaders believe, is a tool, right? It is a tool in delivering. The key is pedagogy, technology is a tool. But now suddenly there was a transformation. Technology was no longer a tool just for delivering some different kind of pedagogical skill, but it became the sole platform for engagement, for building social connectivity, for building the culture of schools, for reinforcing ethos, for ensuring that children were doing well. That became our experience of the pandemic, right? What emerged from here, and I'm moving into phase 3 now, what emerged? What are our key understandings? What did we see? That students who had voice and agency did well. Students who were resilient and independent already or were trained to work like that did better than others. And what was their first instinct? They wanted to collaborate and support others. So these are the good things, as Gaurava was mentioning, that has emerged from the pandemic. It's not, everybody's been talking about learning loss and learning gaps. students have learned a lot. They've learned a lot during these times. So therefore, our next steps, is it going to be a stopgap? Is it going to be a temporary solution? Or are we going to go about this in a slightly more systemic manner, prioritizing what we need? There is loads to be done. We can't do it all tomorrow. So we have to prioritize. What are the key priorities from my perspective that have emerged? 1, sustaining high quality learning. 2, well-being. Because without well-being is center. Without, if your students and teachers are unhappy, there can be no productive learning. Well-being is key. The 3rd, health and safety. Absolutely critical. 4th, capacity building. You have to invest in people. And 5th, I think the biggest, should I say, wake-up call to administrators and politicians world over was the inequity of access, the deep digital divide that exists. How are we going to address all these problems? We don't have a magic wand. Let's look at what are the implications for us. And I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes on the implications. What does it mean for you and me who are leading schools, who are teaching at schools, who are school administrators? To begin with, quality learning has to be the mantra. How is that going to happen? That is going to happen by establishing a connect to the purpose and meaning of education, engaging pedagogical practices, building on relationships and belongingness. You have to work more on future-focused learning rather than the outmoded model of schooling as we know. So what do? We've realized that we want students to be critical thinkers. We want them to be resilient, their self-regulation, they should have cognitive flexibility. How are we going to do this? You know, every report that I've read points to one thing, that what this has done is it has amplified the role of the teacher. Emotion, they say, is the gatekeeper of motivation, cognition, and attention. In a report that was published by, I think the class of 2030 report, 98% students said that they would prefer personalization over automation. So please remember, ladies and gentlemen, the children are missing the human interaction. They're missing interaction with you. They're missing interaction with their peers. So it is not about, okay, saying future-focused learning means students can learn on their own. No, learning partnerships, learning environments will be more important than ever. And let's focus on deep learning, learning that sticks for life. It is up to school leaders to create conditions for deep learning, help students develop the 6 global competencies. That is the need, not content. So if the teachers are doing that, what are examination boards doing? Today, a little later today, everybody will be listening to Dr. Shiva Kumari, the Director General of the IB. Now, for those of you who know the IB, this is, of course, you already know that, but for those of you who are unfamiliar with the IB world, what is the mission of the IB? To educate, to make a better world. That is the mission, that is the philosophy of the IB. So what are they focusing on? They are focusing on skills and attributes and not content. Therefore, does higher education have to rethink how it's admitting students? Yes. Does industry have to rethink how they're going to look at their employability parameters? Absolutely. And in all this, what are school leaders going to do? What is our role? I think, and I quote Michael Fullan here, who says that there is a moral imperative. The moral imperative today for leaders is to invest in your people. Have faith. All our fancy state-of-the-art campuses are lying shut. Our most significant asset, our most significant resource is our people, our teachers, our students, and our parents. Invest in them. Remain agile, remain adaptive. Because what we are doing here, ladies and gentlemen, is we are enabling young people to become the best versions of themselves. The future clearly lies in deep and digital learning, a hybrid model, which is not just used to deliver content, but it is used as a platform to build social connectivity, to build engagement, to reculture, reacclimatize students to this new paradigm, and most importantly, build and allow us to build the citizens of the future, not in a cliched sense, but people who will understand that those who collaborate are stronger than those who isolate. And I think from what I've said, these are, very deep-rooted beliefs I have. These are backed by research. And I know right now health and safety is dominating our minds, and it rightfully should, because there is nothing more important than the well-being. So let's not mistake health and safety to just be limited to physical protocols. Let's focus on the emotional well-being of those in our care. And this is, I think, something that's going to pan out through these 2 days, Gaurava. And thank you for hosting, and thank you for starting this initiative. Thank you.
Not at all. In fact, no, thank you to me. Thank you to you for helping us build this in a way this is. And I think very wonderful deliberation point. In fact, I have noted down few, but I'll go over to Lee for that matter. Then once we come to the Q&A, we'll have those questions asked to you as well. Thank you for your deliberation. Over to you, Lee. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gaurava. I don't want to repeat too much of what was just said, because I think that's right on. I haven't seen this situation as a setback. I see it as an opportunity to finally put educators at the table to determine what our future looks like. I think for a long time, specifically as an American educator and now as an American educator internationally, we are not sitting at the table that's determining what we're going to do in the future. We're usually finding out. I think this opportunity has to bring us to the table. Education, everybody knows it's important. That's cliche. We all understand that. But this pandemic has taught on a daily basis in every home in the world how important and how much work education is. And so now there's a new kind of reality, new understanding of how education is delivered. And now you have to ask us, the world has to ask educators, what do we do next? How do we sustain real, impactive, heavy learning? And I think this is our chance to sit at the table and say, look, it is about independent learning. What she said is exactly right, Ms. Pauls. It is about independent learning. We have to create this independent learning idea with children. The only thing I would disagree with is we have to put the well-being first. If we all know happy students make better learners, happy teachers make better teachers. That has to be our focus, and then everything, the critical thinking, the problem solving, all that opens up when the student is comfortable, feels independent, is ready to learn. All of those things open up, and same with the teacher as well. So we need to take this opportunity to sit down and say, look, this is how we're going to do it. The blended approach is absolutely valuable. It can be done. It takes much better planning than I think we're used to doing as educators. And I think, especially now, I think somebody earlier from UAE said, we're at the end of the school year. Now we're looking forward to September. As I sat with my leadership team the other day, we have to sit and talk about our planning. Yes, we have it on paper. We're planned for next year. That's great. But does it work? Does it actually work for the parents? So we're looking at putting literally in boxes learning kits for children and families to pick up and be ready to go into next year, because the kids have to stay active. They can't just sit there and watch the screen. They've got to be able to have their hands on things. They've got to be able to move around. Science is so important right now. We've got to be able to get them involved in their learning, not just receiving, because much of their life is this kind of screen camera interaction. We need to have them physically involved with what they're doing. So it's, as I started, it is most important now that we sit at the table and say, okay, we've been telling you this for years. Education is important, but on a daily basis, you need to let us help you design the future of how learning is. And let's let go of what education was. It's changed forever now. This is not a recess in history. This is, it's not even a new reality. It is reality. This is the way we're moving forward. And so if you look at the economic impact, if you look at any other business, all of those things, education now becomes the center, the focal point of how society moves forward. And if we don't take this opportunity, and if we don't come up with concrete ideas on how to make learning deep and impactful, then we would have dropped the ball. And this is our chance. This is, I'm excited by what we're doing going forward. I think, especially in the UAE, we've had a very good response to online learning, and the country has done a great job of allowing us to determine the way we do it, you know? And so I think that there are many models out there, and we need to be able to spread these ideas around, and we need more kind of forums like this so we can all see what other people are doing and share these best practices. Stop, as you said earlier, stop talking about it and start actually sharing it. And this is a great forum for that, so I appreciate what you're doing today, and there's not much more that I need to say. I think what Ms. Opal said was right on the money. Thank you.
I think just because you got to speak after Mrs. Opal, in a way, she covered all your points.
She did.
Thank you, Lee. In fact, I have few questions specific to possibly going back to the US, but then I'll come to you a little later. I'll hand it over to Raghav. Over to you, please. All yours.
Thank you, Gaurav. Pleasure to be here at the IPN, and lovely to be talking to fellow educators and people who are passionate, especially because it's not pedigree, but passion that is going to drive us forward. Now, the education system of the entire world, the way education is delivered to students is at the cusp of a dimensional shift. The way curriculum was transacted up until now has been disrupted by the pandemic, and we can ensure it's for the better. With automation, technology, Industrial Revolution 4.0, we don't need our students to be second-class robots, but instead be first-class humans. Now, what are the traits that are inherent to humans which no technology can replace or do a better job of? And what is the role of the educator in such times? Is it just to be of an information delivery process, or a content delivery boy, or a content delivery lady? No, the role of the educator today has moved to that of being a coach, a mentor, and a facilitator of learning. Technology can easily deliver content, we all know that. But it's only a human teacher that can inspire, encourage, and spark that imagination, inquiry, and curiosity in a child. Today's children already have Google at their fingertips. By the time they grow up, they will be auto-prompted with AI and other technologies for the next task that they have to complete. So the idea is technology is going to anyways give you that information. The content delivery is going to be done by technology. The role of the educator is to spark that imagination, inquiry, curiosity in a child's brain. And there is no better time than now in a crisis that forces us to grow and wakes us up from this slumber of rudimentary pedagogy. We can ill afford another education system that tests students in and prepares students for skills that they won't require in the 21st century lifetimes, like memorization and regurgitation. It's a time of transition where these trends are still forming and evolving. And it is incumbent upon us, especially the education thought leaders, the influencers, who have to shoulder this responsibility to steer this evolution of education in the direction which will truly benefit our 21st century students the most. Our posterity is going to look back at this time as one of those defining moments that comes once in centuries. Lee spoke about, this is not a recess in history. He's right. This is history. We are living through history. As I said, the posterity is going to look back at us as one of those defining moments that comes once in centuries. And either they're going to thank us for the direction in which we took education, or they're going to curse us for not rising up to the occasion when we had the opportunity. While much of this developed world, the progressive world, is galloping ahead with online education and having nuanced debates. And what are these nuanced debates? They are about the quality of the screen time, the quality of the online engagement. How engaged is the child? How can we build the different skills? How can we have the children front and center and not just a teacher giving a monologue or a lecture? While much of the developed world is galloping ahead with these online education, a lot of our debates in certain states especially are about banning online education. And oh my God, so much screen time. And first state that banned it was Karnataka, and they said up till standard 5 ban online education. And what were they going on? The Nimhans report. Now for every one Nimhans report, I will tell you there are about 25 more scholarly reports. World Bank, UN, WHO, American Pediatrics Association, Australian Pediatrics Association, McKinsey, which speak about the quality of online learning, how to build engagement in students, and how to develop skills in students that otherwise may not have been possible through regular brick and mortar schools. I'm not saying that online learning is a panacea. I'm not saying it's a substitute, but it is definitely there to supplement and to help the brick and mortar traditional schooling, which is what the new normal is going to be. So whether it's a new normal or a new paradigm or whatever the nomenclature you want to use, the idea is that whatever does emerge, it is going to be blended. You have to ensure that we are utilizing this technology well and making sure that the children, the skills and those competencies and the capacity building that the other speakers spoke about needs to be developed, and it can be developed by proficient, efficient teachers. I'll tell you a little bit about the McKinsey report, since it's a very long report, 45 pages or more, and it's cumbersome to read. It's a lot of technical stuff. So just to summarize it quickly, the McKinsey report has quantified the learning loss of children who are in traditional schools as compared to online learning. And in online learning, they've kept high quality online learning, average quality, poor quality, and zero online learning. Between traditional learning and high quality online learning, the learning loss is 0 to 1 month through online, only 0 to 1 month. From average quality online learning, that goes to 4 to 6 months. So traditional versus average is 4 to 6 months. If you go to low quality online learning, that's 10 to 12 months of learning loss. And if you have zero online learning, that is up to 14 months of learning loss for a child as compared to traditional schooling. That is the level of discussion and nuance of discussion that goes on. And yet here we are in some states banning online education. It's the most absurd, and it's a disservice to the children. You cannot do that. Even the Karnataka Chief Justice has recently said that why ban it? If parents don't want to have it, they're free not to attend, but how can you ban a fundamental right of education? And he's questioned the government's order that he says, do you really believe that children not watching online classes are not sitting on devices watching cartoons and playing video games? I mean, where is what are you talking about? So if you're saying that there's too much screen time or a child is addicted to something, he's not addicted to the device. He's addicted to the content on the device, what he's watching. So whether it's his favorite cartoon or the video game PUBG or whatever it is, that is what he's addicted to. And yet you are not banning any of that. What you're banning is online education, the thing that's actually beneficial. If the child is, say, addicted to watching Discovery Channel or science or maths, or he wants to learn more about the pandemic, that's great. Let him do that. More power to that child. My nephew, he's about 12 years old. When he was 9.5, he wrote a book because he's addicted to reading. He loves reading literature and all the different things. And he has a Kindle. He reads on a Kindle. Now one can say, oh, but reading on a Kindle will be reading on a device. You should take that Kindle away from him. Why? The question is, what is he addicted to? He's addicted to bettering himself, to a better version of himself. So if you think that it's cartoons that are the problem, or the video games that are a problem, that are violent in nature or whatever, ban those. Why are you banning online education? What sense does that make? Or there's a learning app, which is now a multi-billion-dollar company, and that is flourishing. You keep hearing reports about how they're flourishing, and we then talk about online education. What is that? I mean, let's not be hypocritical here. Let's call a spade, and definitely, if, like the minister said, that it increases the inequality between those who have devices and those who don't have devices. And that's right. And we must address and resolve that. Those who don't have devices are not able to receive the kind of learning. But then if you're saying that there is inequality increasing, why is it increasing? Because there is a benefit to online learning. If there's no benefit, then anyways the inequality is not going to increase. But the fact that the inequality is increasing is because of the quality of the online lesson. So why ban it? Are you trying to tell me that there should be crab mentality, that if I can't succeed, you should also not get to succeed? So the 80% who have access to devices should not get to have access to that because 20% of them can't access it. Let's focus our areas, our mind space on things that matter and how we can benefit children into becoming the best versions of themselves, rather than things that are done for a lot of wrong reasons with vested interests, or we know there's some association and tiny groups of parents who might be pushing at this agenda and lobbying for it. We understand what's going on, why it's going on, but please let's not ruin the life of a child by doing these silly things. And allow children to be children. Let them be the best version of themselves. They are going to be resilient. They are going to build these skills, but we have to be the sail, the wind beneath their wings.
Okay, so very, very passionate Raghav in action. So having said this, I will actually ask a question to the entire forum before I come to all three of you. Any other country in the world which has banned online education? Anyone? I don't think so. Anyone would like to have a show of hand and say possibly from Nigeria or saying Ghana? I don't think so, right? So I think that's in itself is an answer to what Raghav is saying, that the problem is, or the solution is not at banning this firstly, guys. So I think we're getting it wrong at this level for that matter, but then because I would rather say let's not make this a sham India affair for that matter, so let's not do it here. But having said that, Vinita ji, quick question to you, and then I will come to Lee and then Raghav as well. While we wanted to talk about the new normal, if we can have a quick perspective of yours on say, with respect to new normal for the teachers, if I talk about. So I'll take one stakeholder at a time. So I may go to Raghav for say another stakeholder. I just want to come to you for a new normal for a teacher now. What will be a new normal for a teacher?
I think as far as I can see, teachers have already kind of developed a new paradigm for themselves. And as we were talking about that, the main job of the teacher is to ignite passion, is to create curiosity. And what have teachers found that in an online engagement, it's not that easy to pick up social cues, right? So teachers have understood that it's not just about delivering that same content. At our school, for example, we had one-on-one check-ins with every teacher and a student.
Correct.
So it was synchronous as well as asynchronous, a blended model, a hybrid model. That is going to be the new way of teaching and learning. And you know, one of the things that's been also been discovered as we've gone along is that if you keep your core focus on engaging the student, right? If that is your core focus, then that bit of pedagogy you can definitely adapt. So teachers have to be more adaptive. They have to work a lot harder, Gaurav. Remember, teachers were not trained to teach online. They were trained to teach in a physical classroom, right? So there is a lot more work for teachers in trying to understand how to know their learners. That's going to take a little longer with the new academic year changing. You'll have a new set of students. You don't have that rapport with them. And I firmly believe that if you don't have a rapport with your student, you can be the best pedagogue, but your student will not learn a thing from you because he or she doesn't know that his progress matters to you, right? So how are you going to do that? So at our school, for example, we have these surveys that we do. I know my class survey. Simple, I know I can statements that every child writes into a teacher. And that's a way of getting to know the learner. They will have to tweak. Adaptability, improvisation will have to be your key skills now. I mean, outstanding teachers have them, yet at the same time being very clear about the learning objectives. What are the learning outcomes you want? What is it that you're trying to build? How are you going to assess students in an online platform? You know, universities have gone online. And one of the things we've done at our school, we've seen the Viva as a brilliant way. Children are sitting online exams. We are not putting surveillance cameras on them. It can be open book. Who cares? Content is not king. Content is not king. We are looking at your approach, your ability to evaluate and synthesize information. So for teachers in particular, I think as I said, their role has been amplified. They are the harbingers of hope, the harbingers of normalcy, the harbingers of certainty in these uncertain times. So they are also planting seeds of passion, creating opportunity. Sir John Jones calls teachers the keepers of dreams. They're also trying to ignite those dreams and doing this online, because what if students, our feedback from our students, what have they missed the most is the human interaction. They, as Raghav said, computers are here to stay. That's fine. They're all digital natives. They crack on with that. What have they missed the most is that conversation with that adult. So we tried to recreate that online. So it's a lot of hard work for teachers. And that's why I say school leaders and school administrators and managements who don't give that COVID warrior their due they will do so at their own peril. Because teachers have brought normalcy, certainty, and hope, where all that students and young children were seeing was doom and gloom around them. That role has been amplified all the more, in my
No, absolutely. I think you answered it well. And basically, if I have to say, we have to invest in our teachers in a very big way, at least, and that there are no two ways about it. Obviously, we've been doing, but then I think more is to be done.
And Gaurav, not just invest in them, value them.
Yeah, oh my God, yes.
Value them, because
yes.
value them, because in India, I know the developed world is different, but in third world countries, teaching has never been seen as the #1 profession. I used to sit on a teacher training panel for selecting candidates, and I would wait to hear from candidates that, why do you want to be a teacher?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And
Absolutely.
it is not something, that's not a stopgap. So if that is, when you invest in your teachers, when you value them, the results are there for all to see.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'll actually open the house for Q&A largely, because I really have a lot of other questions, but then this is not the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can have a quick show of hand, and I will allow you to obviously ask the question to either of the panel. Please direct yourself in particular as to who you want that question to be answered by. And if you can do me a brief introduction of yours, your name, your school, and which city or a country you're part of, okay? Show of hand, and we can take it over from you guys, okay? And if, just to simplify this for you guys, you can always do a thumbs up as well if there is a challenge in terms of you unable to ask a question. Though I personally feel, yeah, Chitrakala, you can unmute yourself. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon to all of you. This is Chitrakala, Principal, Chennai Public School in Chennai.
Okay.
So a brief introduction about me. I'm here with 35 years of experience with schools in various capacities, and now I've become the principal. I've been working abroad. In fact, when Mr. Lee was telling he's from Abu Dhabi, I was heading a school in Abu Dhabi for about 3 years, and then I've come from there. So it was nice to, like a home ground when I felt, when I heard him talk. So my question is, we are doing a lot as, all of you were telling, as school leaders, we are reinventing, redefining so many things day in and day out to bring the best to the children. The one area that I really am pondering on is, how can we reach out to the special needs children? Because that is one big challenge that I'm facing, especially when I was in Abu Dhabi. I had undergone a huge training on how to take care of them, because I know that country gives a lot of importance for those. Whereas here, especially, we were doing a lot of things, but now in the pandemic, at home, virtual teaching, we are unable to reach to these children who really need our help. So that's one area what I feel, I need more guidance from people like you. Yes, ma'am.
Gaurav, are the others okay if I take that? Because we've done a lot of work on this. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So, ma'am, we have at our school, and every teacher in our school is a teacher of SEN, because it's not something. The idea is to mainstream children, not to keep them exclusive. So what we noticed was, as always, is that they get a lot of in-class support, and out-of-class support are SEN students who have mild to moderate learning difficulties. What we saw that holding on to their attention in an online world was becoming very difficult.
Absolutely.
Parents were struggling because they are not trained to deal with this. So what we did was that we created synchronous and asynchronous timetables for them, and we reached out. It was a one-on-one provision that we had to do. So we did not insist that they attend everything that was on offer, but instead what we did was that if they were doing that, the SEN teacher wasn't, because we use Microsoft Teams. So it was easy to bring in the SEN teacher as an attendee into that. And she was having a parallel online conversation with the student in addition to one-on-one sessions. There is no, we looked at a lot of pedagogies, we looked at a lot of scenarios, but barring providing that one-on-one support, which actually grounded those children, and they were then able to access the curriculum better. You noticed even in the UK, even during lockdown, that vulnerable children and for vulnerable children and for children of essential worker schools continue to remain open. They continue to remain open because they need the human interaction much more.
Yes.
So that is, so if you don't have that provision yet, it would be sensible to actually train some of your teachers on certain SEN pedagogies and make sure that even if you have a handful of teachers, at least you have somebody there who can, who's well versed in reaching out to these individual students. That's what's worked for us.
Yeah, I can add upon this, madam, as you said, we do have a group of SEN teachers with us who actually, what they do is off the classes, they attend to them one-on-one in the, after the class time, and they give a bit of IEPs are prepared and we are doing work with them. But still, I feel, I'm not so very convinced, the physical interaction, right?
It does work.
Maybe it'll take a longer time for us to reach.
Yeah, we've got a lot of positive feedback. It has really helped those students.
That's
Thank
nice.
you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarika Babba, your question, you can unmute yourself. Sarika Babba.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Gaurava. I don't have a question, rather I just have a few points that I would like to share with all the educationists.
Yeah. Your quick introduction.
So I'm Sarika Babar, Director and Principal of Clara Global School, Pune.
Okay.
So the few points that I would like to share here is, as the lockdown started, we quickly switched on to planning how to conduct the online classes. So we started online classes well on time as per our annual planner in the month of April. So with that, we started slowly and steadily with 1 hour of session daily, with a gap of 10 minutes. And then now our students are taking almost 5 periods a day, of course, with a gap of 5 to 10 minutes and certain exercises in between. So now we are at a stage where we are conducting online assessments for our students. The new ways that we found out were for higher classes, for grade 6 onwards, our students are presenting. They are preparing presentations on one topic which the teachers are giving every subject, and they are preparing PowerPoint presentations and presenting online. And that's how we are grading them. That is one step. Second step is we are having open book exams, as ma'am really rightly said. So our question papers, which we give every year, the similar question papers, and students have to complete the question papers, write the answers online, sitting in front of the camera.
Fair.
For lower classes, of course, it is Viva, it's orals, mostly orals and open book exams. So this is what I wanted to share with all the educationists.
No, thank you very much for sharing, in fact. And I believe what you're trying to say is that you have seamlessly got into the new normal, if I may say. Right? You're enjoying this phase. Should we continue? What do you say? No. So having said this, I'll come to Jyoti. Your question, please, quickly. Yeah. Jyoti.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible, ma'am. Please ask your question.
Okay. So wonderful session. My compliments all to all the 3 speakers. I would like to ask a question about the screen time. What is the apt screen time for the, let us say, age group that is below 6 years, then 6 to 10 years, and then 10 to 17, 18 years? Because a lot of work has been done by all the schools. So there's still a debate about what is the apt screen time.
Dr. Jyoti Gupta, I think if I can gather your voice, this is Dr. Jyoti Gupta, I believe, right?
Yes.
Welcome. Okay, Raghav, you trying to answer that? Yeah. Tahil will come to you.
Yeah. I think the debate needs to shift from being the quantity of screen time to the quality of screen time. So while this debate has been going on since years across the world, it has progressed now to the quality of screen time. Even the Nimhan's report, by the way, which the Karnataka government has used as a base, has also said that up to 1 hour screen time is okay for children up to the age of 10. Instead of focusing too much about the amount of screen time, let's focus on the quality of it, on the nuance of how the teacher is delivering her lesson, on the engagement of the child, on the fact that are there breaks in between. And people think screen time is you have to sit in attention and just keep looking at the screen. To the educators here, children learn best on their feet and not on their seats. So if you believe that the child should only sit in attention and only listen to the lecture of the teacher, you're doing it wrong. If that's the online classes that's happening or the screen time that's happening, that is what's wrong. The child needs to move around, child needs to get 15-20 minutes. I'll tell you a little quick example. There was a professor called Dr. Chuck Hillman at the University of Illinois. And this is way before COVID. I'm talking about 7-8 years back. He did this study where he took a class of students in a school and divided them into two halves, say A and B. And group A continued sitting on their seats for the full duration of the period and for the duration of the day till the recess came. And he took group B and took those children out into the field, made them do a 20-minute brisk walk, came back, did scans on their brains, MRI scans, and then studied what their different parts of the brain were active or not. The group A students had only little bit of greens and yellows and on a blue brain on the scan, whereas the group B, who had just had a 20-minute brisk walk, had reds, yellows, greens, blues, which shows massive amount of activity in the child's brain. So if India is a very academically rigorous country, a lot of Asian countries are, if we care so much about academics, let us ensure that we are making our brain ready. The last thing we do before we sleep is so engrossed in making sure we recharge our phone's batteries. What about recharging our brain's batteries, our children's brain batteries? So if the debate about screen time is only going to be restricted to 46 minutes or 1 hour 20 minutes or 3 periods and 4 periods, don't focus on that. Focus on how you are delivering the lesson. Is there actual enough time of the child on their feet? Is there enough time of the child to breathe well, meditation, yoga, do all those things and get the children front and center. The best teacher is one who can step back and let learning take place by itself. Heuristic learning it's called. Self-directed, self-owned, self-led learning. That is what we have to develop in our students rather than focus, this debate about what is the right number of hours or minutes of screen time needs to be thrown out of the window and replaced with the quality of screen time, which is what the debate is happening in many of the other countries, or even in the McKinsey report that I spoke about.
Gaurav, could I just add to what
Please,
Raghav has said? Couldn't agree more with him, because all of us have been teachers, and I remember some of my best lessons were taught under a tree, without even a gizmo in my hand, without a Padlet, without a video, and those are the most remembered lessons. But just kind of building on to what Jyoti has said, the debate is not about numbers. It's not about numbers. You have to, and that's why, this think Maslow before Bloom, think growth mindset, it's all jargonistic. Use common sense. That is should be your biggest yardstick, right? And when we come to it, all our schools which have access to technology, children are on screens anyway. They are looking at a smart board, they're looking at a one-on-one iPad, they're looking at a Chromebook, they're looking at a laptop. So it is, what are you doing with that screen time? Yes, monitor what your children are doing on Facebook, parents, monitor that. Why is a 11-year-old on Instagram? Look at that. And in that, you have to role model it. How many adults can live, like Raghav just said, how many of us can live without our phones? We will charge our phone battery. But so therefore the debate in my head is not about numbers. It's about quality. It's about using common sense. And it's about doing what is best for children. See, whether they are in a classroom or at home, what has shifted is the onus of responsibility. If you're a class teacher, do you stand in front of a class in today's world and lecture for 40 minutes? You don't. Don't you walk around the class? Don't you check each child is doing okay? There are some who just need to jump up and down for 2 days and then settle down. They just want to jump up in class for 2 minutes and then calm down. So that hasn't changed. That philosophy of teaching a child and not a subject hasn't changed and shouldn't change. You're teaching children, not subjects. So that question of time will depend. There are some things that will be best delivered with a 30-minute online lecture, with a video that's absolutely powerful. And there are some things that will best be taught sitting around a table and having a discussion. So there is no, you really have to use your own philosophy as a teacher and as an educator. And please don't get into a numbers game. Don't. It's irrelevant.
And I want to quickly add one more quick point out there, adding to what Vanita said, that talking about the common sense, to those teachers who, or students who feel that, oh my God, this is so long, you see a well-delivered, engaged lesson being delivered by a teacher. Even if it's for an hour, for example, it will flow like it's 5 minutes. You won't even realize it's over. You'll want more. But a teacher who is not able to deliver a lesson effectively and keep her students engaged, 5 minutes will feel like 1 hour. So if you're, as a principal or a school leader, trying to measure what quality engagement am I having, the best thing is if you're maintaining your attendance from the morning to the afternoon or daily, is your attendance going up or is it going down? And if it's going down, the reason is your teacher of that class is not engaging enough. It's not because of internet, it's not because of device and all. Those are usually excuses. Generally, you see the teachers who have very good engagement, the number of students attending their classes, attendance is going from 70 to 80 to 90 to 95 to 98%. So the debate about device not being there is sort of being pushed away for those teachers who are engaging. But for those teachers who are not engaging, suddenly the question of, ma'am, I don't have a device, my father's too busy with the device, he can't give it to me, all those kind of things start popping up.
Lee.
Yes.
Lee.
Yeah, so I would agree with what the other two panelists said. I think the other component to this is we have to not only teach the content, but we also have to teach the way to observe and accept the content. What was surprising to us was when we started posting the online videos and the online lessons was that the parents didn't know how to manage it. So we as educators have to become more proactive with parents and say, you can stop the video. You can replay it. It's yours. You know, this has been delivered to you. You can control how much time is involved. And like Ms. Uppal was saying, the time in front of the screen, and both panelists, it's not about the time, it's about the way they use it. Kids use YouTube every day, all the time. And they know how to stop and return and loop things. So we have to also, we're not just teaching the students anymore, we're teaching the parents as well. This is how you manage the content. You know, we're giving it to you, it's boxed up, here you go, have it. Now, yes, your child is 5 years old. There's no reason to play a 10-minute video to a 5-year-old. They're not gonna sit for it, you know? But if you can give it to them in bits and in pieces, chunk it just like a teacher would, because a teacher, as was said earlier, sees, observes the child's learning ability. And when that child starts to wander off, then you're like, okay, let's come back, let's do this. We have to teach parents the same thing. And if this is our new reality, if we have to stay in this kind of quarantine, distant learning method for a while, then we need to help the parents make it accessible for their kids. You can't just sit them down in front of the screen and play and, okay, now learn. It just doesn't work that way.
And if I could just add one last bit, I think let's not forget student agency here. You know, it's not just us doing it to them. They're not the passive recipients of our decisions. It is absolutely imperative to engage with students, give them voice, give them choice, give them agency, because they know how they learn best. So create those conditions in which they get deep learning experiences which are relevant to them. And they will know, and you know, they will never disappoint you.
We'll take a couple of quick questions. Tahir, over to you first. I think you've been raising your hand for a while. And then I go to Alpana and Dr. Irfan Elahi. Trilokji, being a host of the country, you'll come in last, if I may say. That's a disadvantage you hold. Tahir, please. I'll unmute you. Hold on. Yeah. Please go ahead now. You can unmute yourself. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again.
Good afternoon,
am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, Tahir.
The part of the part of the world we are living here in UAE, that here the government itself is monitoring our distance learning program, and they have suggested all the things, and they had one inspection as well. In my school, India International School, we have 6,000 children, and we have a blended distance learning, synchronous and asynchronous. And all the classes went through Zoom, the virtual classes, and as well as we use the Google Classroom as a asynchronous, where the assignment, the material and videos we upload. But my question actually, that my worries, I must say, not the question, that the generation who is, those who are joining the schools, the KG children. Now we have 600 KG children, those who have not seen the school. And their claim is that they are telling to their parent, Earlier you used to ask us to talk to, uncle, aunt, grandmother, grandfather in this way. Now this new auntie is coming every day and asking me to just stand and sit and show and write and So it is a really challenging, for the small kids, that social skills, in KG and smaller section, as even in the bigger section, as our learned principal told, that content is not the king. So these skills we are missing. So that KG children, what we can do best. And last and not the least, the another thing that the children, those who are there in home from 3 months, now even if they are going to the supermarket, they are they are scared of the people, they are scared of the crowd. So these things, how far it will take us, because it is for the short time it is okay, but how it will go on the longer time may be difficult for all of us. So there are two things, KG and the children, those who are not coming out, how they will face the world.
It's interesting, if I may take that, interesting point. And yes, you're right. We all taught students that sharing is caring. And now we are teaching them that if you care about your friends, don't share.
Don't share.
So it's a very interesting time, and there are circumstances that are beyond our control. We have been hit by a pandemic, and we have to try to be isolationist in that sense, where children should keep distance from strangers at supermarkets and all of that. How will it affect their long-term development? I think children are very, very resilient. I think they understand and they will realize that these are factors, and we are a response to a circumstance that we have been put in. We don't get to control the circumstances that are thrown at us. What is in our control and in our hands is how we respond to it. And I don't see a problem of development in a long term after children do get back to the new normal, where you're allowed to be around people and be around strangers also. What I do find a big factor is that when we do reopen school buildings and have children, especially the preschoolers that you were talking about, and when a child is crying, that innate feeling of our teachers, like a second mother who goes and embraces that child when he's crying or she's crying, and that the teacher might not be able to do because of the social distancing, is going to be a lot harder for the teachers to do. But to answer your question, I don't believe that there's going to be a real long-term impact or developmental issue for children. They're resilient, they will adapt and work around it.
Okay, can I just come in on that, Gaurav? I think just to answer the gentleman's questions, yes, that's a huge worry. And I agree with what Raghav is saying. Our teachers had the same conundrum. What do we do? I am not as confident as, I'm not assuming that there will be no problems, because this being holed in hasn't been easy on teenagers. It hasn't been easy on those who have OCD. It hasn't been easy on those who lean towards depression. It hasn't been easy for them. So therefore, my initial point that what has to be central is well-being. So we might go into school thinking that we think we know how our children are feeling. We might not have a clue. We might not have a clue. So what I would suggest teachers to do is to spend a lot of time in reculturizing, in acclimatizing students to the new normal. In the schedules that we have planned for a staggered blended opening, we are giving a substantial amount of time to acclimatize, to understand how is this going to work. Like what Raghav said, a nursery teacher will immediately pick up a child and hug that child if the child is crying. So in answer to Tahir's question, one of the things we are planning to do, especially for the nursery children, is that we are doing some very interesting virtual videos. So they get to meet and interact and bringing them in smaller numbers. So they do get that physical interaction to begin with. But that can continue in an offline manner. But yes, I'm very hopeful that children are resilient, but let's not take their resilience for granted. They will need support, they will need help, as will a lot of adults. As will a lot of adults.
Yeah. Dr. Irfan Elahi, your question, your brief introduction, and obviously we are almost at the close of this session largely, ladies and gentlemen. So what I'll do is I'll take up, we have 3 questions. There are many of them which are pouring in, but I'll take these last 3 questions. Dr. Irfan Elahi, Jasmeet Kaur, and Dr. Sunanda Grover. These are the 3 questions, and then we'll wind up this session. Please ask your question, Dr. Irfan.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Irfan Nilai from BLS International School, Hathras. I'm a HOD Department of English. And I thank Gaurava for inviting me here today. My question simply points towards the plight of the EWS students, the economically weaker sections of the society. Right? We have been talking about, I have been attending debates, I have been hosting, webinars myself. But somehow, we have been ignoring the economically weaker sections. In most of the developing nations, we have these quotas so that the lower strata can be absorbed in mainstream education. But what I feel when I'm teaching in the class physically, I teach just by looking at the students. I can see what they can fathom and what they cannot, and I can teach them. But most of them, this lower strata, they don't have these high-end phones, right? And this unprecedented juggernaut, this pandemic, it has created such a void that right now they cannot afford to buy a new phone. So their children are getting suffered. So do we have anything in mind to tackle this problem?
If I may come in here, I think the need, you're absolutely right, because this is the most painful fault line that's become so visible, that digital divide, the inequity of access. There are no quick solutions, clearly. There aren't any, nobody's going to fix it tomorrow morning. But I think in the long term, what is needed is institutional reform that focuses on private-public partnerships. Because I think there are people out there, there are schools, institutions out there, which are willing to partner with institutions which are not as well resourced as they are. But I think that usually happens in an ad hoc, inconsistent manner. One of the remedies, I think, would be to maybe come up with a framework that talks about, that institutionalizes a partnership between the private domain and the public domain. Because even within the private domain, as you pointed out, there are disparities, there are distinctions, right? And there is a resource crunch, there is an allocation of resource. It's not going to go away in a day. And when we talk about technology, we also have to think of using any kind of technology, not the most high-end phone, right? Like we differentiate in our assessment tasks and in how we set work. We also have to find different adaptive pedagogies. I know a school in Raipur which did not have any access to technology, and they went into lockdown. And the leader, somebody like yourself who wanted students to continue learning, he started printing worksheets and putting them on the village chopal and said, okay, you don't have a phone at home, you don't have a video, you go once a day to pick up whatever, well, see that and copy it and come back. So, I'm just giving an example. So a private-public partnership is definitely a way forward, I think. It's not going to get resolved overnight. It's not going to get resolved overnight, unfortunately.
No, I agree with what Vanita said. And it's not only India, it's all over the world. It's the marginalized sections, the EWS equivalents of all over the world that are facing this issue. What I would give credit to the government for is that they have had TV and radio through which they are delivering lessons. One can definitely debate on the quality of that. Just one lecture you're watching on TV or listening to on radio, it may not be as effective, but they are taking steps. The government has taken good cavalier steps to have this on TV and radio.
This is saying something?
Yeah, this question has been a question since education started. There have always been inequalities in delivery. But when historically schools started, only certain schools had books. Then books became the new norm. Now we're looking at a new educational focus, and devices may become the new book. A lot of books, our school, for instance, is already supplying kids with devices. So this is going to be, when you pay your fee, you become, you become able to learn in that school. This is, we have to stop applying old rules to this new game and start making this new game permanent, and we're always going to have these ideas or these arguments about what about the schools that don't have the same, access. Well, we've been working on that, and now we just have to change what it is we're giving them access to. We forget the old paradigm, you guys. We're moving into something completely new now.
Sunanda Grover, your question.
Yes, thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you. Most
To my
welcome.
questions by appreciating efforts of all IPN leaders and all the panelists, and seriously appreciating all the members who are attending. Very simple question to take attention of all of you. As in school, a child used to see the management sometimes, principals many a times on different occasions like school functions, a principal taking rounds. The child used to see the management and principals. Now, as of now, because of all these virtual meetings, a child is seeing a teacher, a great representative of the school. So I would like to ask you a very simple thing. A teacher who has been trained during her B.Ed, M.Ed or PhD, that ways are actually taken a step back. She is expected a lot, very rightly said by Raghavji, that she needs to have engaging lessons. Her quality of delivering lessons matters a lot. Upalji said she needs to actually indirectly take care of well-being of the children. Very rightly said by most of you, a lot has to be done with the children for screen time and number of things. I would like to ask very specific question from all the panelists, anyone can take it. Apart from the teacher's screen time, apart from training the teachers through different platforms, apart from expectations of a teacher, apart from any tensions or any pointers related to her salary or whatever, what all constant efforts are being made by the school so the teacher who's representing the school on screen to be happy all the time so that she can convey happiness. Any counseling, apart from few days sessions, please, constant efforts I would like to know. And that is why I must share with Gaurav, I want to start with happiness training sessions with the teachers from coming Tuesday. So please, I want from the panelists this. Thank you.
So if I may go first. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So you've hit the nail on the head. And I said that at the start, that if you don't invest in the well-being of your teachers, you're doing so at your own peril, because they are your front line. They are the ones who are keeping this mechanism going. So one of the constant effort. So say, for example, and you're right, you can't do this suddenly as a stopgap. Okay, I need to look after my teachers. It has to be part of the school culture, the culture of being valued. So say, for example, at a school like us, we do yoga sessions for teachers, swimming, whatever they want to do. So there is that bit that's happening. One of the things when the pandemic started, one of the things we've been constantly doing as a senior leadership team is reaching out to every member of staff on a regular basis. So we have about 280 people on our rolls. So I began that as the director, spoke to every teacher, every member, just to see how are you doing? Is there anything we can do for you? My principals followed that up with every member. So in over 3 months, they've had 3 members of the senior leadership team. In fact, even some governors joined that, asking them, are you all right? Many of them have children who are stuck overseas, family members who are sick. And what came through that was a sense that you are looking after our children. We are here looking after you. Because remember, in India, a lot of the teaching workforce is female. So when they went into online, they didn't have any maids coming in. They were looking after the children. They were cooking, looking after ailing parents. Everything was shambolic for them. So we have stood by our teachers, looked after them. And the question of money, increment, salary, yes, it's not a measure of how much you value them, but it's an important one. So put your money where your mouth is, okay? Be authentic, be credible, and be there for them. So whether it is a constant happiness program, a well-being program that we've initiated, or physical well-being opportunities, setting up counselors, external counselors for them to access, if somebody is sick, looking after them, these are all mechanisms, but they have to be authentic. This is not a dramatic event that will suddenly convince you that, yeah, my school cares. There has to be that culture of caring.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I want to add on to that. We can definitely have these systematic plans of the counseling and external counseling and all of that's there, but it has to come from within. from the heads, and when I mean heads, I'm not even talking about the principal. I'm saying like from me at the management level. I'll give you a small example. I don't want to repeat all the things that Vanita has already said because we're doing most of the same things. I also spoke to teachers, spoke to parents who are having trouble, and just a Podar Cares call. Hi, I'm Raghav speaking. I'm the chairman of the Podar group. Just wanted to see check in on you and how are things going with you? What can we do differently? And just keep knowing that we care for you. There was a child, I think in the 7th standard or 9th standard, and you spoke about teachers and teachers' well-being. Yes, absolutely, but also our children. So there was a virtual assembly. You also mentioned that the child sometimes gets to see the management, often gets to see the principal, always gets to see the class teacher, but in the virtual time may not get to see the management or principal as much. And I would say that's not the case for us. I have been attending online classes for my children every day. So whether it's every day at a different school, but from morning till the 3 hours, 4 hours that online classes are on, I am personally attending each class for about 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and just going and speaking to them and chatting with them. The other day, I was saying we had a child in Baroda, in one of my schools in Baroda, and in the virtual assembly, they were singing happy birthday to her. So I decided that I'm going to go to my piano, and I played happy birthday and sang for her and played for her. Now, the difference it makes in the life of a child who's just turned 14, she's like, sir, it's made my day, and I don't know what more to say. I'm just speechless. Now, those are things that if you care about your children, if you care about your teaching fraternity, and you really think of them as your family, those things come naturally. It's not like it's something that you have to do because it's something that's correct to do. Do what makes you feel right. If you do it right, what you care about, automatically you will infect that passion and care to your child, to your teacher, to your community, rather than an advice that anyone else might give you.
Okay, I'm completely out of time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Alpna Mukherjee, we'll in fact take up your question a little later. Khushbu Ahmed and Ritu Bhatt. These are the 3 questions which were left, but do not worry. We'll put you through these 3 wonderful panelists of ours, and I'm sure they'll be happy to take up your question. Thank you very much, Raghav. Wonderful, absolutely a pleasure having you. And as I said, you probed me once more, right, that it's always worth having you with us. Thank you very much. And with Vanita ma'am, goes without saying, we have to discuss a little more about it, and possibly this is just a start, and hopefully we will continue an association with you. And Lee, thank you for joining in and bringing your perspective as well. Though I know NBA is no longer running in full swing, but then nevertheless, we should see you more often with IPN platform at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all of you who stayed back. And as I said, I will take your leave, dear panelists. You have set a wonderful context for us for the next 2 days. And I will request all of you to stick around. Thank you. We have eaten on the time of tea break, if I may say. So, so let's not get into any break, because for a very simple reason, I'll tell you why. It is 3:45 right now. In the next exact 45 minutes, we'll have our keynote address by Dr. Shiva Kumari, who will be joining us from the US for a special address to all of us. So I really do not want that we cut short on her time, or we keep her waiting for that matter. So I'll hand it over to Sita Murthy for the next panel discussion of our. We already have all our panelists. In fact, if I can see, Dr. Madhav Dev Saraswat is already with us. Good evening, Madhavji. I also have Dr. Ashok with me. Dr. Ashok Pandey is very much here with us. Dr. Ashok ji, good evening, Ashok ji. In fact, good afternoon. I think the Kavita is also with us. Kavita, welcome. If you can possibly unmute yourself, and if you can let me know what is Kavita's, because if I search Kavita, there are Kavita, okay. Unmuted you, is that the one?
No.
No? Why, what is your device name in that case, Kavita?
Neve Academy, I think, Gaurav.
E Academy.
Neve,
okay.
Neve, N-E-E.
Neve, okay, okay. So Kavita is the director and the founder of, yeah, she's here. So I'll just unmute you. Kavita, you can unmute yourself now. In fact, I will quickly make you the co-host so that you can now use all the features I'm just doing the hygiene bit for you, Mrs. Murthy. After that, you can take it over.
Sure.
Yeah. You're here, you are unmuted. And Sanchita Ghosh, I believe, right? Sanchita?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you can now unmute yourself, Sanchita, and then we can start this session, Mrs. Murthy. Yeah.
Okay. So after a very power-packed session, which was a great tone for this IPN voyage, we now move on to the next panel session, and we have a wonderful array of speakers in this panel too. So let me welcome each one of them. Dr. Ashok Pandey, welcome to you. Kavita Gupta, my very dear friend, welcome to you too. Sanchita Ghosh, all the way from Nigeria, welcome to you too. And Dr. Madhav Saraswat, it's my pleasure inviting you to this panel. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
Gaurav had very interestingly dropped in a new topic for us school leaders to talk about and deliberate about in this panel now. So he named the session as Gig Economy and the role of schools in nurturing the global workforce. Okay, so let me put the context like this. Let me look at the topic in two ways. We'll separate gig economy and we'll talk about the role of schools in nurturing the global workforce as two separate topics. And I will leave it to my panelists, my guests here on the panel, as to how you want to talk about it later. Okay. So when I heard the term gig economy, I must tell you what came to my mind. We humans are always used to moving from one place to the other in search of livelihood, better opportunities, adaptation. Gig economy is also something which makes people move from one job to the other in search of livelihood, better prospects, or even maybe prosperity. Whereas nurturing global workforce in the new normal, or maybe when we use this word new normal, it makes me think that there is never a normal for that matter. We have always been moving from one normal to the next normal to the next normal, that I really don't know what is an equilibrium until now in the human civilization. So I'd like my panelists, Kavita Gupta, Dr. Ashok Pandey, Dr. Madhav Saraswat, and Sanchita Ghosh to deliberate on these two questions. We'll begin with gig economy. Because, you know, we schools, if we start talking, probably there is a different culture of acceptance in our schools that we are not nurturing people only for those prime jobs in the world, but we are actually nurturing people to contribute to the economy, whether gig or otherwise. So let's first deliberate on that. Who would like to take that question in the panel? Kavita, Sanchita. Sanchita, would you like to start?
Okay. Greetings and good afternoon and good evening, distinguished educationists of the panel and respected viewers of IPN Voyage. With the privilege of working in Africa, precisely Nigeria, in the education sector for the last 14 years, I would like to share my views on gig economy in two aspects. I would rather discuss the first aspect with you now, that is why and how gig economy is faring in Nigeria and Africa at large. First, I would like to start with a comment from one of my students. It goes like this: ma'am, as a youth, there are a lot of earning opportunities out there. I have been able to excellently strike a balance between my academics and my work in my free time. I looked at him. Seeing my raised eyebrows at him, he continued to justify himself by saying, when my father goes out on a business trip, he engages himself in smart businesses through internet. Apart from attending school, his other passion is to keep interested to sell his own products. He approaches them digitally and introduces himself to initiate a business deal with the clients. He also mentions to me that he does all his work staying in the background because he does not want his prospective clients to know, which is most interesting, that he is merely a 16-year-old boy. I really want to share on this platform another interesting example, who is also a student from my school, who is in the ninth grade. Unfortunately, the boy is in the SEND department, but he has an extraordinary brain. While he reads coding and he learns coding, he makes his own mobile games and shares with his own friends and takes the fun out of it. But the most important thing which I want to say over here is that that little boy of grade 9, he's a future mobile game developer. And this fiscal benefit which he holds within him is not known to him as of yet. So he's already in the gig economy, if I may share with you. Then I would like to say that since I'm giving you the Nigerian scenario, and all these examples which I have given from my school, all other principals and head of schools who are present in this forum from different parts of the world would agree with me that they too have experienced something similar to mine. This is because gig economy is already in vogue without the knowledge of its nomenclature by young students. In Africa, gig economy will survive its best. Why I'm saying this? Because it is very clear to all of you as soon as I share my screen. The chart below is provided by the Trading Economics, which clearly points out that the work remote is the choicest selection of the youths of Africa. I would like to share the screen.
You can do that.
Yeah, I will just do it. Give me a minute. Yeah. You can see in the chart that the gray portion, where it is saying that less of, let me just expand it, yeah. Less stressful, increased productivity, better focus for the youths. They prefer to work from remote. So I think looking at this chart, which is coming from the Trading Economy, I can safely conclude and say that Africa is really, really ready for the gig economy. The other thing which I would like to bring to your notice is that the African continent as such has fewer legacy businesses. It has the potential to leapfrog directly into the new global gig economy, especially considering the degree of digital literacy that already exists in Africa. McKinsey has given us a kind of account that by 2035, Africa will contribute more people to the workforce each year than the rest of the world combined. And by 2050, the continent will be home of 1.25 billion people of working age. Africa already has over 300 active digital platforms, which will the digital platforms, and nearly 5 million people from Nigeria are on this platform. It is a known fact that the gig economy can be a key element in powering Africa's growth. So I think I would like to say a few other things on this African continent is that preparing for tomorrow's workforce, today's organizations will need to rebalance their workforces to focus on a collaboration between technology and humans, which was much focused in the first discussion by Mrs. Uppal and Mr. Raghav, and to harness human skills such as creativity, empathy, and ethics alongside digital skills. So just by jumping into the gig economy, we cannot stop over there. We have to mix the human factor into it to have the full-blown outcome and benefit out of it. This is my contribution from my end, especially focusing on Africa, Nigeria especially. Thank you.
Very much, Sanchita, for that. It certainly throws a lot of light on this topic. Kavita Gupta from Neve Academy. I'd like to hear from you what you think about gig economy, and are we ready to talk about it in our schools?
Thank you, Sita. Thank you, Sita, and thanks, Gaurav, for having us here. What I think about it is, I understand by gig economy that it's really about jobs that are moving from one gig to another, one opportunity to another, and following their passions, right? And it's not a question of what I think about it. It's not a question of good or bad. It's here. It just is.
Yes.
I think that any crisis, just like the current crisis, does not create new trends. It actually accelerates existing trends and exaggerates them. The deconstruction of organizations globally had started decades ago. The average life expectancy that existed for organization in 1955 was 65 years, and today it's 14 years. If an organization can last only 14 years, I think we'd be delusional to plan on spending lifetimes in that organization, right? I think unlike our parents, or even unlike us, our kids have to plan their careers differently. They need a portfolio of skills and careers. It's forecasted that 80% of the jobs that exist today will not exist. It's also forecasted that 60% of the jobs that today's learners will face don't exist at all today, and that we can't imagine that. Just like our parents could not imagine the careers that exist today, we can't imagine the careers that will be there when these learners will be peaking 20 years from now, 40 years from now. I want to add also that I think, as I understand the gig economy, it has two extremes, and there are people in the economy that work with their minds, with their brains, and then there is another aspect of the gig economy that is about people that work with their arms and their legs. And these two extremes have further extremes within them. A good plumber is 5 times more valuable than an ordinary plumber, but a good software engineer, a great software engineer, is 100 times more valuable than an average software engineer. A great team leader or a great CEO is 200 times more valuable. And technology, Zoom, as we are on it right now, cell phones, devices, all of that is making the productive people more productive or hyper productive. It's making the valuable or the talented uber valuable. That's where we are. So recognizing that this is here to stay is an obvious, and I'm talking about India. We'll talk more about the trends in India right now, but that's a fact of life. We may as well embrace it. And yeah, that's where we are. But we do have to recognize the extremes that exist, both in the categories of jobs in the gig economy, and also within that, the skills, the higher level of skills and the lower level of skills that exist in those two extremes. We have to recognize the impact of those as well.
So it was nice, Kavita, hearing your opinion about gig economy. I was really wondering about what does it comprise of? Are we ready to accept from our students that his or her ambition is to be a YouTuber? His or her ambition is to be a TikTok champ, okay? His or her ambition is to be a script writer where the demand for it is still not so much there, okay? I remember 2 years back when I went to Sweden in an exchange program, I heard the school students say their lifelong ambition is to be YouTubers. And they see a lot of career prospect in that. But we in India are still not ready to talk about these very new professions, new careers, because we are more conventional probably. So I'd like to hear also from Dr. Madhav Saraswat, if you're here, please. Share your opinion, because the school that you come from, it is one of the elite schools in India. It has such rich heritage. To talk about something called gig economy in a school context like yours might really have to bring in a lot of paradigm shift. So I'd like to hear from you now, Dr. Saraswat.
Good afternoon, all of you, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm not sure that what kind of justice a schoolmaster would be able to do, because very recently I have heard this word called gig economy. And I went to my English teacher and I asked her कि भाई इसको pronounce कैसे करते हैं, ये jig है या gig है. And after that I went to my a very young colleague and I said that please tell me what does it mean. So this is what my colleague Vishesh has shared with me, that gig means on demand economy. People take on contract work rather than permanent jobs. There will be more outsourcing. There will be more retainership work, and there will be more consulting. And according to a report by McKinsey, knowledge-intensive industries and creative occupations are the largest and the fastest growing segments in the freelance economy. So the last word, freelance economy, is one of the most important words of this narration. And schools have to prepare kids for a future. And this journey, and in this gig economy, AI is going to play the most vital role, because that would require a different kind of employability skills. And the journey which we are talking about from today to tomorrow in gig economy, this journey starts from known to lesser known and would move into completely unknown terrain of employability. So we have to be mentally prepared for that. And to address this, it is not only education which would need rebooting. Even the social system, globally the social system, especially in countries like ours, South Asian countries, even social systems need a lot of reboot, especially our, the assessment and all those things. How do we look at our jobs? You were talking about whether you would like your son to become a jockey or not. So we would have to, change ourselves. And I would like to keep, I would like to draw a parallel from yesteryears. And you might find it quite amusing that I'm talking about the days of Vasco da Gama's Columbus. In my opinion, this is like sea journeys of the time of Columbus and Vasco da Gama's. They moved from known to assumed known and landed up in absolutely unknown terrain more than often. The preparation for tomorrow is like the preparation of these sea journeys, sea voyages. There are three main elements in this parallel: the sailor of yesterday, the ship, the journey. The sailor of yesterday is learner of today. The ship of yesterday is set of skills of today. And the journey is meaningful, successful life and employability. And schools have to come together to strike a balance between these three, where the school comes in picture. So schools will have 3-4 roles to play. Work on the sailor, which is our learner, ensuring well-being as paramount, and all other attributes he may need to succeed in this journey. These are personal attributes. Look around the need and changes, immediate with both. Help prepare the ship to travel, to sail. Give them the knowledge of the probable world. And if we accept this as a good parallel, then so probable key areas of school education could be as follows. Move from content-driven to the need-based learning-driven system. Teaching should have relevance to work. They should work in collaboration with the industry. Till now, colleges were playing that role, but I think we have to get into a very fast forward mode. When degrees are not relevant anymore, your set of skills is much more relevant than the degree. More focus on how to think, as we would need more problem solvers than ever before and innovators. How to learn so that they become lifelong learners. Demand on individuals of future, because learn, unlearn, and relearn would be the key for these kids, even for us at this point of time.
Yeah.
They would have to learn, and this is what we would have to teach in these formative years, how to achieve individual goals in a collaborative environment. And there is something new these days people are talking about. Actually, I have heard very recently about this. I had an inkling, but I did not have a word, I did not have expression for this. A mood learning, that you have to create a mood in the class for the kids to learn. And this is, I have heard very recently. So we would have to create conducive environment for learning as per the learner. And I'm being honest, I don't know much about it. So please don't ask any question.
Don't ask it.
But, you know, above all these things, the well-being of the child, the health of the child, and the overall growth of the child, which includes physical, spiritual, mental, emotional, not only cerebral, should be paramount for all the teachers. This is what I had to say, that what I understand and how, as a school teacher, I am perceiving my role for my kids for tomorrow.
That is a wonderful analogy.
Some justice.
The sailor and the ship analogy, I think, is very, very profound. Very, but a good takeaway for the audience, I'm sure. Because in any panel discussion, the audience is usually gathering the perspectives of the panelists, and that's what is a key takeaway from each one of us. So, Dr. Pandey, may I
Yes, ma'am.
share your opinion on the topic?
Okay. How much time you give me, Sita?
So maybe about 4 minutes, if that's okay with you, 3 to 4 minutes.
4 minutes. I should just say thanks to you and Gaurav, and keep listening to both of you. Anyway, Madhav, thank you very much. Nice to see you in the gig economy. Very few people are giggling like you. So that gives me a lot of pleasure. So Sita, bear me out for 6 minutes at least.
Okay.
2 or 3 statistics I want to present here. Statistics number 1 from the United States of America. 20 trillion economy, and less than 10% economy is contributed by gig economy. However, 36% of the people are involved in it. So this is one statistics, but this is statistics I'm not giving to discount the growing influence that the gig economy is taking. Now, gig economy is born out of 3 things, I must tell you, within the dynamics of economics. And one is, of course, that the people are coming out with a specialization, and they are short in supply, and therefore more people have to hire them, and therefore they will hire them rather than as a consultant than full-time. Secondly, they cannot hire them full-time because they are very expensive at the same time. And the third thing, of course, is choices and workplace conditionalities. And to overcome that tension, many people will go for pursuing their own drive, their own passion, their own uniqueness, their own creativity. So that is the genesis of gig economy. It is going to grow also for the simple reason that we are now, dealing with Generation Z and Generation Alpha. If you take the 100 years of generational change, we have moved from the veterans of those who were born in 1940 or something, who were very loyal, made sacrifices, they are workaholic, and they will respect authority. But if you come to present generation, they are digital natives, as we call it. They are pragmatic, they are optimistic, they want to take risk, and therefore that change is also coming. So this is the kind of genesis, and therefore the question is, what do we do in our schools? So in our schools, if we want to promote them, if we want to include them in the overall umbrella of education system, three things we have to do. One is to take them as their own choice, to take their voice, and to create a future for them with their help. Their passion is to be recognized. And the second thing that we have to do is recognize them not only for their cognitive abilities, but also for the incredible work that they do as projects, as social initiatives, raising their voice, the campaigns that they are doing. I think some kind of recognition should be there, because these are the things which will ultimately pave the way to fulfill their dreams. And the second thing that we must do, which is a must, is that my 5-point agenda of career planning for all the children. First is give them a vision, not only vision where will you go, but you will go with what values and what skills. Assess them, that what kind of people they would like to work with, what gives them mojo, what inspires them. And second is help them find out what are the options they have and which option is the best option for them. And the fourth is adults like us, the parents, we can always mentor them. We can share with them what is happening, what is not happening, but let them take the final decision. And the last is they don't have to go for a job or career, they have to go for a sustainable lifelong learning opportunity, where the sustainability of the career is not for working for one organization for the rest of the life, but what values you learn, what skills you learn, what transformations you bring in the society, and how you make a difference. I think that is the agenda that we need to pursue, in my opinion. Over to you, Sita.
You took less than 6 minutes, Dr. Pandey, but very brilliantly said, very well said.
Thank you.
I had this question, any one of you can take it up. The role of schools in grooming the global workforce. Okay? There was always this uncertainty in times of colonial times, post-colonial times, industrial revolution time, globalization time, and now COVID time. Each time that we are passing the stage, crossing them and finding new avenues, new horizons for our students, what do you foresee as the role of schools in creating this global workforce? Kavita, would you?
Sita, I think I'm warmed up. I'm warmed up, and therefore I'll take this first.
Right.
The role of the schools, we have to recognize, Sita, that the future workforce is to be dominated by young change makers. As adults, we have to accept it. The future workforce will be more diverse, more inclusive. It will be more collaborative. And therefore, we have to prepare them for that. This is one thing. The second thing we have to hone in our youngster is that wherever they go, they will not go as the profit of that organization. They will go as part of the team that they have to work with. And therefore, they have to bring in their special, unique values, energy, inspiration, ideas, and they have to align themselves with the vision of the organization. So we have to prepare them for that. So these are the two things which are very important in my opinion. And all the curriculum that we design around them should give them opportunities to pursue these things and foster their agencies and special abilities. I think this is one thing that we have to do very, very urgently.
So some time back, I've heard this, that in Singapore, the Prime Minister announces every year what are the new job opportunities that may exist in the country. And immediately the universities take up the challenge of developing courses around it. So that's a fine backward by design. Are you saying that the school leaders need to be informed about what is the country doing? What is the world doing now? And how do we keep ourselves informed and prepare for it?
Exactly. I think you have rephrased and articulated it better than I could. And I'm little wiser now, Sita, and I want to put on the table two concepts.
Okay.
Concept number one is schools have to make two changes. One is adaptive change, and the second is collaborative change. So let us adapt to the new situation and let us collaborate with the parents, students, the industry, college, university, and then bring into the curricular changes in this adaptive way. I think that's the way you put it very nicely. Thank you.
So, Kavita or Dr.
Sure.
Saraswat, would any of you like to contribute your perspective?
I'm happy to, but if Dr. Saraswat would like to go first, I'm...
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to take off from what Dr. Saraswat said, actually, so I would have loved to hear what more he had to say. The 5 factors that he mentioned, and a core part of that I want to pick up is learn, relearn, unlearn, and learn again. But there's an American professor and author, Guy Claxton, who in a wonderful book of What's the Point of School, talks about 5 forces, and what Dr. Saraswat said are very much in sync with that in my mind. And that's about moving our education from consumption to creation, moving from being risk averse to being risk taking, moving from specialization too early to being more transdisciplinary quite early, and moving into specialization only much later. Moving from, he also spoke about the mood, and I love that. So really, I'd like to put it as what Dr. Claxton said, that moving from extrinsic motivation to intrinsic motivation. And the last one is moving from celebrating individual achievement to celebrating and valuing teamwork. That, in short, is also an IB education. And the question always comes up that what then? If we don't have IB schools, what then can we do? I think as a first foundation, our assessment system has to change. And it's interesting to see what the new CBSE chairman has announced in the papers today, where he's talked about the grade 12 exams not being there. It'll be interesting to see whether that is here to stay. But for sure, schools have to have more speakers, so more exposure, more awareness, more field trips, more reading. The key skills that are required for this future workforce, I think, are patience, curiosity, sympathy, and more than anything else, something that Gaurav often speaks about is the doggedness or the perseverance, right? So how can we do this? Really increase the surface area for children on all areas, not just cognitive, but also on the front of recognizing people who have succeeded, people who have failed, people who have taken on the opportunities. Be open to out-of-the-box thinking, but with the recognition that discipline is a foundation for creativity. And finally, the one skill that matters most is lifelong learning, which Dr. Saraswat mentioned. And the one habit that I think matters most to that is reading. So get children to read more long form, so that they are able to go back and learn and relearn, unlearn, relearn again, and visit many more careers. I'll stop there. Dr. Saraswat?
Yes, please.
I would say, that if we are able to visualize the life of a sailor, or what keeps him going, then you will see that whatever we require for tomorrow, you will find those attributes there. But as a teacher, what I have come to understand that education has 2 distinct objectives: education for life and education for livelihood. And till yesterday, and I'm coming back to learn, relearn, and unlearn. Till yesterday, I was, very strong, very firm in saying that the education for life should take precedence over education for livelihood. But today, sitting to all of you, I wish to change my narration. And I wish to change in the sense that time has come because employability, prosperity, living means are as important as life. You might have wonderful attributes, but you cannot survive respectfully in society. Then no point having those wonderful values with you. So you have to live with prosperity. I am a strong believer of prosperity as well. So today I am relearning and trying to change my narrative as a teacher, that education for life and education for livelihood would have to go hand in hand. And keeping the well-being of the child, well-being of every individual as first motive.
Oh, I wish we have more time to deliberate on each of the points that each one of you has brought up. Sanchita, would you like to add something here?
Of course, Mrs. Murthy, I would, if I can just remember your question. Your question is the role school will play in nurturing global workforce for gig economy. First of all, I believe it is extremely relevant and a timely intervention by the International Principles Network for the economic progress of our 21st century learners. Education stakeholders asking such a question reignites a hope within me that educational sector is shouldering an ultimate responsibility to rejuvenate the sliding world economy. Yeah, though the world has to go through a few more years of depression, economic depression, still the leaders and the policymakers of education sector has a tool up in their sleeve. The tool is that the educational leaders can enforce deliberate actions to ensure that the country's education systems are fully enhanced, empowered, and optimized by using digital technologies to create future-ready citizens. Education leadership works as a catalyst for the above transformation, I believe. There is a tail negative impact of COVID-19 on the world economy. Ed leaders need to hold the forte and make gig economy flourish globally. Gig economy is the silver lining in the sky of world economics, it's my belief. This is indeed the right time to enrich the current student population with the knowledge of gig economy. Generally speaking, for a student, the norm of the career path has always been enrolling in a university, getting a job, remaining in that job, attaining better positions in the job, lastly, comfortable retirement. There is another unavoidable need for the schools to train students in emerging competences. In my opinion, schools should teach their students to be fluent in employing, designing, and developing technology. There should also be subjects tailored to developing complex skills, a flexible mindset, and creativity. Also, schools should integrate discussions over the gig economy into their curricula. For instance, schools can create new subjects to teach students about the gig economy and even explore gig economy in subjects like vocational education. Such subjects could explore in-depth gig work, ensuring students graduate with valuable knowledge of how the gig economy works and how to thrive in gig economy. Additionally, an investment in personalized and tech-enhanced learning is another role schools should play in nurturing the global workforce. Investing in tech-enhanced education gives students the chance to see technology can be applied to the real world and its impacts. Thus, fitting in won't be hard for them. From Microsoft to Google, there are several technocrats offering tech-enhanced learning. As a result, even the underfunded schools can access sponsorship to support their tech-supported learning. There are also edtech startups who wouldn't mind collaborations. Schools will also play a vital role in nurturing tomorrow's workforce for the gig economy if they include gig counseling in career sessions. Some students believe full work time is their only option. As a result, they end up working in a job they absolutely detest. As a result, however, if school acknowledges the importance of the gig economy in career sessions, such students can get advice on what steps to take. Last, and one of the most important role of the ED leaders, the ed leaders of the school, are to fruitfully engage with the government and ministries of education to make them see the benefit of gig economy and convince them to invest wholeheartedly in tech upgradation right from the primary level of the school. That is my view.
No, I know, Sanchita. In all the perspectives that were brought in, the challenging thing is for the school leaders to build this, to break that social construct that we teachers, we educators have, and build a paradigm shift. Because it's the front end people are the teachers. How they relate to what they celebrate in a school. How do you give value or validate entrepreneurship vis-a-vis elite jobs?
30 second, Mrs. Murthy.
Yeah.
I have been avoiding that temptation to come in, but then I'm succumbing to it.
I certainly wish we had a longer session to hear each one of the brilliant speakers that we had on the panel. But I should thank them. I should thank Kavita. I should thank Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Pandey, and Sanchita, all the way from Nigeria, and for bringing some valuable inputs into this topic. And I certainly hope today or tomorrow in one of the breakout sessions or one of the sessions that you have, Gaurav, that we'll be able to ask them to deliberate further on the role of schools in creating the global.
In fact, we have a very interesting session after Divya's session, which is actually we have got 4 young kids.
Yeah.
4 young kids who are actually coming in, and we want to ask them, in fact, I want to ask them what they really want from the schooling system as of now. So having said this, I wish I had more time, but then I cannot be as eloquent as Madhavji. So having said this, I'll avoid the temptation of trying to pit against him for that matter. And we more importantly have to go to the session of Shiva Kumari ji. So over to you all over again, and then we'll take
I hope she's here. Is she online, Gaurav?
I doubt, and in fact, no, so while I type her name, I do not see her here right now. So let me give
Sita,
her.
Can I add a point?
Yeah, please.
Quickly. Thanks. So while we're talking about all the opportunities and the wonderful global opportunities and success stories of the gig economy, I think it's also important for us to recognize that there are pitfalls and challenges. I think it equally falls on schools to create the awareness of what can be the pitfalls and challenges with this. The commitment that's required when you're moving from one career to another, a shaky view sometimes of morality, weather of the moment attitude, the need to inculcate a longer view of life. I think it's important to say that all forests, no trees is a problem, but equally all trees, no forest is also a problem. We are seeing also the quick boredom that's setting in a lot of the new economy, and it's leading to challenges of depression, anxiety, suicide rates, all of that. So we need to be open to looking at all the positives and the opportunities, but also looking at the pitfalls. And I think as schools, it's our job to educate both sides. Thanks.
Thanks for that.
Well said.
It really ended well, the session. I think we have Dr. Siva online.
She's there now, and I have made her the co-host so she can unmute herself as well. Please, over to you, Mrs. Murthy.
Yeah. What a pleasure, what an honor, what a privilege for me to welcome Dr. Shiva Kumari, the Director General of IB, the International Baccalaureate. 5,300 schools in the world, 158 countries, a global organization with fantastic professionals, and she is leading this organization. Who better than her to give this keynote to this global confluence of IPN Voyage? Dr. Shiva Kumari joined the IB in 2014 as the Director General, but she actually joined in 2009. I have seen her since 2009, and I've always looked up to her for the kind of contributions she made into making this organization a truly educational organization which lives by the mission statement of grooming, caring young people for a better world. So Dr. Shiva, it's my honor, my privilege to welcome you and request you to give the keynote. On behalf of the IPN Voyage, I thank you for accepting our request for giving the keynote to this confluence. So if I can have you speak, Dr. Shiva.
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
Very well.
Okay. Ms. Sita, it's really nice to see you again. Thank you for
My pleasure.
very generous introduction. And Gaurav, thank you for having me on here today as well.
Most welcome.
And I hope everyone had a good meeting so far. I was raised in India and taught by educators just like you. So it's a particular privilege to see so many of you and be able to talk to you in a sort of a non-IB kind of setting. The theme you're addressing today, leading schools to new normal, is of course timely and necessary. And I applaud you for being so very interested in this topic and attending this conference at IPN. And I'm looking forward to really interacting with you at the end of the talk, where I learn more from you rather than listening to myself. This pandemic has disrupted so much in such a short time. Everything we know has changed. A building called a school, which was normal before, is now a potential contaminant. Students who enter the building at a certain time cannot. Students who sit in rows with bells that ring to signal that they need to stop one thing and move on to another are not ringing anymore. And they're not in the schools with these bells that tell them how to organize their lives. And in this midst, the teaching profession has to continue, and all of you are trying to figure out how do you teach in a setting that's not something that you're used to at all. So collectively, all around the world, we had the grandest experiment of disruption in education that the world has ever seen, or that education has ever seen, all at the same time, all over the world. But also because the world and the work of leading schools into the new normal, I think we should think of as a necessary one, even when this pandemic is over. Because what we talk about as new normal should be new all the time for us, because the world that the children are entering into changes constantly. And therefore, I think it's good to have a new normal mindset as educators in the future, long after this pandemic is over. If we have that mindset, this puts all of us as educators under a constant obligation to innovate, if we want to deliver an education that will best serve our students for these new normals that they'll face whenever they move on from further education into the world of work. It's our duty, I think, to morph the education we offer in the same way as the world around us is constantly morphing in deep and unexpected ways. Of course, this pandemic is a global tragedy which has caused huge suffering. We will never forget that. The pandemic has also caused an accelerated change, but many of the changes it speeded up were already in gestation, I hope. And many of them will continue growing within us long after this pandemic is done. For those of you who don't know, the IB is a global organization. And so we were aware of the pandemic's effects early on from our schools in China, and then South Korea, and then Japan. And then we had to close our own offices in Singapore about 5 weeks earlier than closing all of our other offices in the Washington area, where I am right now, the Netherlands, Cardiff, and Geneva. It was so sad, really, truly heartbreaking to realize that millions of students and thousands of schools were unable to continue with their learning and teaching. And almost immediately, there was a tsunami of consequences to deal with. So the questions that went through your mind, and certainly went through ours, were how could we ensure that students will continue to be taught, and how will the schools be able to deal with these vast disruptions? How would teachers adapt to remote learning? How would parents cope with home teaching? How would we be able to assess our students and fully validate their work? How will we continue to provide professional development for teachers? And what are the financial impacts for schools, for everyone really, parents and families? And what are the consequences for teacher recruitment for the upcoming academic year? If you haven't seen them, I would strongly encourage you to go and look at the OECD reports, which are publicly available on their website, on how the different parts of the world are coping. And it'll give you a real sense of what's happening around the world. And it's oecd.org. So I then want to talk to you about how we have in the IB faced some of these challenges and how we as educators can learn some lessons from this pandemic. I just mentioned one of the highest profile issues for everyone in education, which is assessment and examinations, and we certainly do those. What worries me is that assessment or exams have become central to shaping education across the world. Let me state two opinions. Some of you may disagree, and some of you may agree, and then suggest the corollary in the education world. First, I don't think education today does enough to develop fully rounded, fully aware human beings. But the world, both within education and beyond, is crying out for more fully rounded, fully aware human beings. Second, I think education today is over-reliant on an outdated mode of assessment, the final exams, which test students' ability to remember content that have been taught over a year or 2 years. I don't think the world needs citizens whose highest ability, which we measure, is their perfect memory to repeat information that is easily accessible from everyone, to everyone, anywhere. I think what is needed are students who are better learners, better and more critical thinkers, better at asking the right and necessary questions to inform their agency, better adapted to morph when the world morphs. I don't think we need students who know the one right answer. I think we need students who know why 4 answers might work. And therefore we need assessment that elicits the student's best thinking. And so we need to ask ourselves, what should assessment look like for students entering the world now? The universities and colleges of further education we speak to regularly are quite clear on this point. They know and respect the academic rigor for which the IB has always been famous. It provides a solid basis of educational achievement, which we are proud of, and we serve our students and schools well in this area. But universities and further education are increasingly focused on other attributes in students. Attributes such as curiosity, caring, creativity, community, cooperation, collaboration, and independence in thought, research, and action. Not only universities, but many groups are touting these skills as well, as much needed in today's economy. All of these groups are concerned because many modern curricula don't actively foster these attributes. It's an area where people are catching up, but it's written into the IB's teaching and philosophy in the form of our learner profile, which is a set of attributes which all our programs develop, inspiring our students to live and enact in their studies and their lives. We strive in the IB to achieve some of these by ensuring that learning and teaching is not confined to the classroom. It goes way beyond academic rigor to develop lifelong learners and citizens who contribute to their local, national, and international communities. This was our founder's mission, and it's our mission even today, and it's part of our DNA. All education systems today need to focus on how we facilitate lifelong learners, figuring out the strengths and the aptitudes of each learner in our care, figuring out what they'll excel in, where we can help them develop, how we can best prepare them for the rich unpredictability of the lives and new normals ahead of them. It's not just about content, memory, exams, and summative tests and certificate, although all of those are somewhat important. And content will always be important. It's about stretching skills and attributes, and it's about critical thinking, making interdisciplinary connections, being able to collaborate and be sensitive with other human beings, being able to read and write and think in disciplined yet creative, challenging and critical ways of solving new and complex problems. Critical thinking has always been part of the IB curriculum, alongside the theory of knowledge course, a course that asks students to think about how we think, how we know, and why we think we know. And IB graduates often cite this course along with the extended essay as having helped them best prepare for university. The extended essay is a 4,000 piece of original research that we ask students to do. Recent research studies have shown that IB students do think more critically, while research into post-secondary outcomes shows that our students are likely to continue their studies and be successful. Such research and the reactions of many universities before and during the pandemic have thrown many of the IB's approaches and aspects of IB's approach into new relief, showing that those aspects are becoming even more relevant. Many of you may have read the World Economic Forum reports. The life ahead, according to these reports, for our children is going to be very different than what we as adults have had. Most of us were underprepared for the third industrial revolution, which was the introduction of digital technologies into the world, the introduction of the internet and information technologies. Our children today were born into that world. But they are entering the fourth industrial revolution, as you probably heard. What does that mean? And I'll quote from the World Economic Forum right now. Today, we're at the beginning of a fourth industrial revolution. Developments in genetics, artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology, 3D printing, and biotechnology, to name just a few, are all building on and amplifying one another. This will lay the foundation for a revolution more comprehensive and all-encompassing than anything we've ever seen. Smart systems, homes, factories, farms, grids, or cities will help tackle problems ranging from supply chain management to climate change. The rise of the sharing economy will allow people to monetize everything from their empty house to their car, end quote. But as IB educators, as educators in general, we have to be interested in preparing them for what's coming next. In this new world, according to the World Economic Forum, where I requote, developments in genetics, artificial intelligence, robotics, nanotechnology, 3D printing, and biotechnology will, to name just a few, are all building and on amplifying one another, end quote. I ask you to stop and think what that means. When machines begin to think for us and think together, what are we preparing the child for? So we want our students to thrive and succeed in this VUCA world, the volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguity-filled world. One could argue that we're living in that world right now. So we as educators know that we should be preparing students with all of the necessary skills for a new world. In this new world where computer algorithms will be king, we have to prepare students to think critically. In a world where the formation of a question is more important than the solution, we want to prepare students with an ability to question, but with the appropriate knowledge, and we have to prepare them to think in principled ways. In a world where students will be asked to push beyond what they know, what parents know, what teachers know, we have to teach them to be risk takers, and we have to teach them to be mindful pushers of the envelope. We have to teach them to be confident in themselves and yet respectful in questioning the status quo. In a world where our students will be asked to create things that don't exist now, we have to teach them to ask questions, to consider all of the implications of that which we design or they design and create. This pandemic has brought the world to a halt. The VUCA world is no longer a concept, it is now our everyday reality. You're dealing with it, I'm dealing with it, and everyone all over the world is. Like everyone who's had to deal with this crisis, we have had to move fast in dealing with emergencies and not overreacting. I'm sure this is an experience all of you are living through. We had to align with schools, students, and parents and universities to create a new system of educating and a new system of assessment on the fly, which has thankfully been extremely effective and successful. One of the main lessons I've learned is the great gratitude I feel to be working with a community of educators who are striving every day to do what they can to teach in this world. I also learned the importance of maintaining the levels of energy and innovation that have come to the fore in a crisis. I'm sure many of you have learned these lessons as well. While the intensity of the crisis will disperse, I believe that our energy and determination to innovate should be preserved at all costs. All the good habits formed during this crisis will continue to propel us forward. And this leads us to social and societal impact of our work as educators. One idea that is threaded through the IB is a discussion of international mindedness. The idea that local communities are part of the regional communities, which are part of national communities, and which are part of a global community. The IB works with individual teachers and individual students at district and state level policymakers and national governments and international education bodies. What we want to do is to see if we can allow this philosophy of education to be propagated in many, many more systems, even if the systems do not have to do IB. We cover the full spectrum working for positive change at each level. It's just the same way, in just the same way, our community of students, teachers, schools, and alumni are making daily differences at every level along that spectrum. The sum total of this social impact is huge, far more than the sum of our individual actions. The idea is that change and innovation is made at all levels by all kinds of people, no matter which community they come from or which socioeconomic brackets that marketers might put them in. The idea that this desire to create a better world is timeless and not associated with any particular generation. It is built into every program of ours for 3 to 19-year-olds. A recent study into our primary years program, which is for children ages 3 to 11, underlines this, and does so in a very heartening and uplifting way. It showed that our PYP students are significantly less likely to be involved in bullying or victimization, and significantly more likely to be concerned with fairness and caring relationships. This is, I think, yet other proof that education does and can make a daily difference, and it starts on the very first day that a student comes to school. When you add the effect of the projects and initiatives that IB students do throughout their studies, working in thousands of ways with thousands of communities to make things better, you see how impactful education can be when it is used with ideals, energy, and agility, and not just the transmission of content. To quote back from the report again, one of the important things for us to know, and I quote from the report, current technological trends are bringing about an unprecedented rate of change in the core curriculum content of many academic fields, with nearly 50% of subject knowledge acquired during the first year of a 4-year technical degree outdated by the date of graduation, according to one popular estimate. I want us to stop and think about that. If curriculum is changing at such a fast rate, where 50% of the knowledge learned in the first year is no longer valid by the time the child changes, what should we be teaching? This is why we in the IB strive to focus on a holistic approach to education. We try to focus on all of the skills and abilities needed to process content, to acquire it, to put it together in formats that many international educators all around the world can understand and assess. This way, we are creating students who can enter a global world and survive and thrive wherever they go. Returning to the COVID pandemic, this is a tragedy. This pandemic has brought much loss and much destruction that we mourn. But even as we mourn, we owe it to those who've suffered to learn from our experience and to build a better future from the wreckage using what we've learned. We cannot let this crisis go to waste. The tragedies of this pandemic will will find their catharsis when lifelong learners all around the world put what they've learned into practice to create a better world through education. I want to thank you for your time and thank you for all of you being the educators. The world needs us now more than ever. And I think if we pull together and stay true to the timeless ideas and ideals which first inspired us to become educators, we'll be readier than ever to answer the call and to lead schools into a new normal in which education is recognized as the world-changing force that it could be and should be. I'm going to stop now. Gaurav, this is a little shorter time than I promised you, but I think I'm more interested in having interactive conversations because I know it must be boring looking at me for 20 minutes speaking on a screen.
No, I think you did make a lot of interesting points, but obviously Q&A is far more better format, I would say. So having said that, if you allow me, can we ask you a couple of questions to start with, right? Yes? Yeah, sure. So one question which obviously comes to my mind, Dr. Kumari, which is, what are, say, few practices which the Indian national boards, example, I may be asking you a very elementary and a basic question, but just for the benefit of my audience, are, say, specifically pointed 3 or 4 qualities which an IB board system can say pass on to a CBSE or an ICSE board, which is my board, or a state board in India. So there are like top 3, as per you, what will be those points largely? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say it's been a long time since I've left India, so I can't remember exactly the kind of exams I took as a child.
So it's almost there where you left. Okay. It's almost the same place. Yeah, no worries about that. Yeah.
So I think, you know, all I remember in school is that, you know, essentially I just had to memorize things. I mean, that's
precisely.
all.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's where we are largely.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So
Mrs. Murthy, what did you say? She says laughing. Ma'am, Mrs. Murthy, what do you say?
So, you know, I must say that since the time we migrated to IB way of teaching,
okay,
it's a different culture.
Any CBSE school principal? Any CBSE school principal? Would you like to answer that for me?
Sharing, Gaurav, about the learner profile, the attributes, the critical thinking, the extended essay. For us, it's like a religion. It's a culture. And we completely migrated to this kind of learning, thanks to IB. And I'm glad she shared.
Honestly, so let me put this question in a different format, Dr. Kumari. I am father to 2 young daughters. They go to a typical ICSE board here in India, in Loreto, Lucknow. That's a very familiar name and a very pedigree brand, if I may say. But if you ask me, generally, given I'm the board, I am myself a product of ICSE board. Will I like to continue my girls in this setup? A big no. And having said this, which is why when Mrs. Murthy and I were discussing to have you on board, actually, it's my personal, if I may say, personal selfish interest, if I may say, because I want to put my girls to a fold of, say, IB or a Cambridge put together. Because I think somehow or the other, and I'm not shamming these boards, but somehow they have not evolved with time. They have not evolved with time. What I studied in 2001, which was back in my hometown, they have almost the same currently as well. So in fact, coming back to the same question, 3 or 4 points which you truly believe, because you're the authority at IB, our state boards or a national board can take up.
Okay, before I go there, I think I want to also talk a little bit about my own background, research background is technology.
Please.
So I think, and I'll then try to address what you're saying.
Sure.
So the, I watch technologies everywhere and how it's exploding around the world, and billions of dollars are being put into educational technology. So I also watch the scene on what's happening in India, and I think that's where I see a lot of really good innovation that's happening, where the educational technology systems that are being created to be able to negate the negative benefits of teaching, right? So apparently there's some deep teaching deficits in some parts of in the Indian school system. And these technologies are actually based on the student is assessed as to whether they know certain concepts to survive in the educational system. And if the student doesn't know that concept, they are designing algorithms and AI-based technologies to go backward, all the way backward to where that concept started, and make up for the teaching deficit all along the way, which I think is a good innovation that, you know, people can consider in India, I would imagine, to not worry about the human capital. So I think to come to 3 or 4 systems, a long time ago, I think in 2010 or something, I met the then Minister of Human Resource,
Human Resource Development.
And I can't remember his name now, but his children went to IB. And so he designed at that time, and I don't know if it still exists, something called CBSE-I, which was supposed to replicate the IB. I don't think it lasted. So I think some of the things I would say that need to change would be to really not focus on this memorization, to test for higher order skills, right? So application level skills, which means the teachers will have much more freedom to teach as well. Because I'm not sure how much, you know, how enjoyable it is to keep teaching the same thing over and over again. The second thing is that I would say would be to allow for a lot of the students' passion to come through. You know, Mrs. Murthy will be able to talk about this much better than I do, but we have in our primary year program, we ask the students to do something called an exhibition at the end of their 5-year study. And, you know, I've seen some phenomenal projects around the world because I've had the privilege of going to many, many classrooms around the world. And students make real change, you know, so they have to research the topic, they have to be persuasive in their arguments, and they have to present a case for change. You know, I've students here in DC change lunch menus, you know, which might seem small, but it's big if you're changing a lunch menu in a public school system. And then they're at the middle year level, which is our middle year program, which kind of ends at about 16. We ask students to do a personal project, which is to take something of deep interest to them and create an artifact out of it, so something has to result from that. I remember visiting a school in Hyderabad, you know, and these children created these amazing projects. I was just blown away by them. You know, they had created signal systems that make all of the light signals synchronized so that, you know, you can go through fast. They created, there was this one young lady who created this battery that sits around the spoke of a rickshaw wheel, so that the person the rickshaw driver could put it on while he or she, well, they're mostly he's on there. I've never seen a female rickshaw driver. And things may have changed. I haven't been in India for a while. But the battery is put on the rickshaw spoke, and he can take the battery out and put it in for a light for the children to study. You know, these are all amazing projects that our children can do. And at the diploma level, we ask our students to go out into the world. You know, if you come from whatever background, you know, try to help someone less privileged than you. And these are life-changing experiences. And I think that's what schooling should be about. It should be about that individual little human being that we're molding, and not see them just as a little, you know, student we put through many, many tests. So I would say those, you know, I would say introduce higher level objectives into the assessments so that it'll impact the teaching and it'll engage the teachers, I would hope, and also the students. Second would be, you know, to give a lot of freedom for students to bring out their best creativity. And there's no better way to create entrepreneurs or leaders in the world than letting them test their abilities and fail even, because, you know, without failure, success doesn't come. Exactly. So I think those two would be some of the points I would advise.
No, I think there are a lot of questions which are coming up, so I'll straight dive into those questions, but I think I'll make a quick mention of what you said about passion. So that's something which rubs into any entrepreneur like me, for that matter. And I think I was very happy that Ashokji, though he did mention the passion economy in my build up to this session, however, he's lost track and did not bring that out during this session. Nevertheless, I think there are educators in India which are working on these threads as well. Obviously more to be done because I see very few number of schools in India which are on IB for that matter. But then these are the good practices we can adopt from IB. That's the way I see it. There are questions, Dr. Shivakumari, if you allow me, I can ask these questions. In fact, if you can answer. Trilokji, you can unmute yourself and ask the question, and I go to Chitrakala after that, Asha, Naha, and then Ritika. These are the sequence of questions, please.
Good evening, Dr. Sivakumari-ji, Gaurav and Sita Murthy. Actually, I was just wanting to talk to Sita Kumari-ji that it's not like Gaurav had asked, is there any CBSE school who wants to give a take on it? So I just wanted to say that in India, we have Delhi Public School Ghaziabad Society, which has 3 IB schools and 8 CBSE schools. And you'll be very happy to know that we are doing inquiry-based student-led learning even in the CBSE schools. We know how to get our children's profiles made. It's the age-appropriate profiles are being made. And I think we are not making it like a mundane thing altogether, even for the CBSE thing. And I think the IB thing is going to become the new norm actually all over the world, because the things which we are trying to take and make our teachers and students understand that research-based studies are really going to help. We are really working on the revisiting of assessments. We are working on different aspects of education. We are working on the unit of inquiry plans so that the children have that inquisitiveness, so the children is not lost. We don't want to create the robos. As the other day we were talking, we don't want to program our children only for the success. They must learn to face the failure the way it comes. And as a result, this inquiry-based education is really going to be very fruitful. So for that, my question to you is, like we are doing, because we have 3 IB schools, we have been trained, we have been getting some of the other help on the back end from the IB. But for the other CBSE schools, if they have to incorporate the inquiry-based student-led education, what tips would you give them how to go about it?
Well, thank you first of all for the context. It's very encouraging to know that you're experimenting with IB in one place, or maybe not experimenting, implementing IB in one place, and then you're using those ideas in the CBSE schools, which is fantastic. I think this is what we want, right? I mean, we're a not-for-profit, so we want the ideas to be used in different contexts. We're very fortunate around the world that many governments are working with us. For instance, the Japanese government is working with us to get about 200 public schools or government schools get the IB, and we're working in Korea the same way. We're working in Peru and all around. When the ministers of education want to see it in the public schools, they typically come to us and we help them. So I think that's some of the ways. The other thing I want to mention is we have created a Masters of Education program for our 50th year. So in 2018, we launched this program with University of the People. And it is tuition free, so you don't have to pay money for the tuition. So I think I would encourage anyone who's looking to get a Master's of Education with a lot of IB principles in it to go check this Master's out. You can just go to University of the People and Google, and you'll find it. If not, I can send Gaurav the URL later on. And also, the tuition is free, so you can take the courses for free, but there is a cost to complete the master's program. So costs about 2,500. But because we know that many teachers cannot even afford that 2,500, we've created a lot of scholarships as well. And I know that for this round, there were many teachers from India who applied and who gotten the scholarship as well. So I would encourage that. I think that's another way to get the professional development that is espoused in the IB for free, and get a master's as well. Hopefully, once teachers get that master's, they can implement that learning in CBSE schools or wherever they are, or in fact, they can look to expand their own horizons and go teach even in some other schools to kind of see how it's done, and then hopefully come back and start their own schools or head up schools where they bring in IB. I mean, it's not about more IBs. We just did this for altruism, really, but I would encourage teachers to check that out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chitrakala, your question?
Well, I don't say it's a question. I just wanted to tell, because you challenged the CBSE principal saying who's having a say over this. Well, I don't think I'm advocating for anybody or any curriculum. I'm just being very practical. With the CBSE curriculum, we have a set learning outcomes that we have to look at, number one. Number two, every lesson of 40 minutes will have an objective to be attained by the end of the lesson. And we look at getting in all the competencies, what is important in a lesson. It's not just the lesson learning and the assessments. What the child takes further for his life, what is a skill that's developing. So all these are taken care of. I don't deny, we have taken these from the IB curriculum for sure, but we are trying to implement and we are trying to redefine it in a better way, how it fits into the CBSE norms and the culture of teaching and learning. So, what I would, because I had a small 50 days working with the international curriculum in Abu Dhabi when I was there. And I learned something, now I'm able to compare and understand what is actually CBSE doing and what IB is doing, and how best what we can take bit here and there and put it together. Because ultimately it's a child who has to be set better to face the future.
Lot of questions coming in. Thank you for your
yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Sangeeta Kapoor, your question. I'm just trying to take couple of more questions. Dr. Kumari, and then possibly we'll have to, please go ahead, Sangeeta. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much, Gaurav, for this wonderful platform. And it's really an honor to have Dr. Shiva Kumari here with us. I'll just give a brief background. I have been associated with ICSE, CBSE, and now I'm in the IB. So I have had exposure to all three boards. And I completely echo what Gaurav has just said, that ICSE and to some extent CBSE is where they were when we were studying. So that is a fact that, yes, it's a bit of pill, but yes, we have to accept it as being what it is. My question to you, Dr. Shiva Kumari, and I hope I won't offend anybody, what would be your advice to the government in India with especially the problem that we are facing these days is we really want to do everything that we can for the children. But with the constraints that are being put on us, with, as Gaurav said, we are the only country where we've had a ban put on online teaching. So what would your advice be to the administration here, and how can we or educators work towards convincing them to change their outlook on that? Because this constraint on the number of teaching hours and not is really putting a constraint on all that we wish to do for our students. So what would your advice be to the administration here?
I don't know that I have an answer for it, because I think, the generally education systems, move because there's a visionary person who's at a policy level that says this should happen. I would say that one of the things perhaps to do is with your own parents is to educate them about how the world is changing, because parents are part of the issue as well, in my experience in educational systems, because if they don't demand change, nothing's going to change. And typically, while we all, here regret that CBSE is the same from when I left, the point is, I think you'd want to educate parents that this kind of education is not going to get their children into the world that it needs to be. I mean, India survives because it has millions of students, and somehow the some people survive because of the numbers. But I think, you know, as an Indian who left India, there's such amazing work happening. We just unleash these children's minds, the creativity that naturally exists in the Indian society, and the hubris that also exists in Indians, which I find pretty amazing. You know, all of that I think can come to the fore, and I think it'll only serve India well. My only hope is that with all of these changing technologies, that, you know, with the Khan Academy and with content everywhere, that students who are encouraged to go on and, you know, embellish their education beyond what's coming to them in the classroom, or if the teaching standard is low, that they're able to do that. As far as administrators, I think there will have to be a deep need that comes from the top to help change the whole system. But on the other hand, at the local levels, because administrators can be at any level, I think for heads of schools, etc., they have to keep thinking about what's the differentiator, right? Like, why do I want to attract students to my school? And why, at that level, any head of school can make a decision that our school is going to do this kind of teaching. And I think that would be a really, really quite plausible. And all of you, if you're heads of schools, you know you can make that difference in your school by yourself, not wait for anyone. Thank you, Sangeeta.
Thank you so much.
Ritika Rana, your question. Ritika, if you could unmute yourself and ask your question. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And I'll get straight to the point, not waste any time. Ma'am, one of my first questions to you was going to be earlier about schools who are financially not as strong. How do they encourage their teachers to be trained, even if they want to attempt to follow the IB, you know, not the curriculum really, but the style of learning? But before I could bring it up, I got your answer telling all of us about the Masters of Education training program that is there available to all. So thank you so much for that. I think there are a lot of schools and educational institutions who are definitely going to take this up. Secondly, I'd like to just go back a little bit. Gaurav, you remember where we had Dr. Kiran Bedi a couple of months back. And, you know, she spoke about the education system today going back to where it used to be our forefathers, our great-grandmothers, grandparents learning from home. And Shiva ma'am, as you also mentioned, what IB also very, very clearly tells us is that doing by learning or learning by doing. It's a combination of both. So it's a takeoff from exactly, yes, what we have been doing, what our grandparents have been doing. It is unfortunate, I'd call it a little bit in today's situation, but that entire system seems to be coming, it's a turnaround. You know, everything that we used to learn and hear of is slowly coming back. So talking about the gig economy, talking about freelance, talking about life skills, as I work so closely with schools, IB schools, ICSE schools, CBSE schools, sorry, I didn't mention, I work with the Trinity College London. I'm an academic consultant with them. Therefore, whatever I see these days and all the conversation that I have been hearing today, it is so nice to hear that life skills definitely seems to be in the forefront. That definitely seems to be the agenda for every educator today. And it is a very, very happy space that we all are in. Because if we are going to put our children and their skills in the forefront, you know, I think we're all going to be a much happier nation altogether. But thank you so much for your input. And that was my take from this today. Thank you, everybody.
Dr. Jyoti, your question, and that will be the final question for this session. We're completely out of time and we have to go to the next session after this. But Dr. Jyoti, I'll hand it over to you. Yeah. You can unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yeah. You're audible now. Yeah.
Okay. Pleasure listening to you, Dr. Sivakumari. This is the second time that I have heard you. The first time was in Mumbai when you were visiting Mumbai and you were addressing a couple of the IB heads. I was heading the IB school for about 5 years. We were having both the PYP as well as the DP program. And I have just set up a new school now. And very much, I believe in the IB philosophy. Right now, the school that I'm doing is a CBSE school. And I want to, put across to you here in India, especially the IB schools are very, very elite schools that charge a lot of fee. And so it is taken as a very elite program. How is it that we can bring quality education of IB to a little less privileged schools and to a little less privileged group?
I think that's a good question. In fact, you took my question away, in fact, nevertheless. Yeah.
Sorry for that. Sorry
No.
that.
Good question.
Yeah.
Actually, a good question. Yes.
So, look, the IB charges the same fees, for any school. So we don't care what the school is charging the student. We're agnostic as to what schools are doing with the program. And I've seen schools all around the world that are not elite, and the children are. Some children are not paying any money because there's a state-supported system. That is, the state has asked us to come into the schools. And then I've seen schools, with where the fee is very low for the parents as well. So it can be done. I think in India, I think now, I haven't caught up with the current statistics about what's happening with IB schools in India, but I would imagine there are quite a lot of schools that are going to come up that will have at a lower fee level as well, because as the market matures, there are more IB teachers, and then therefore you can get teachers who are able to teach this curriculum as well. So I think that I hope that'll change, but really our fee is pretty standard for any program, and it's quite affordable in some cases. So there are schools who bring the IB in because of the curriculum and philosophy. There are schools who bring the IB in to kind of attract a different brand of student and parents. As long as I've been now IB's Director General for 6 years, and in my entire tenure, I made sure that we didn't increase fees. In fact, we removed lots of fees, and we've made our professional development cheap. So in the past year, 6 years, we haven't increased the fees. And my hope is that the IB will not increase fees in the future. I mean, that's been my goal, so that as years go by, if you're not increasing the fees, you're actually charging less. So that's my hope. And we've, through this pandemic, we've converted all our PD to online, and we've reduced the costs of that. So I think we've been really as conscious as we can be. Of course, the cost of schooling also comes from highly trained teachers, right? So I think that's one of the reasons we put this master's program together, so that anyone who's interested in good teaching can just go and get the course, get the program. So I hope that helps. I'll say one more. It is really unfortunate that the IB can never get rid of this name attached to it, that we are elitist, because it's not the reality. That we're in schools in Chicago public schools, which is really not the best conditions in the world. We're in Jordan schools where the children's socioeconomic status is quite low, etc. But when 50 years ago, we were in some of the most elite international schools, because that's where it was born. So I think that stigma keeps getting attached to.
Yes. There's this myth around it, actually. Yes.
Exactly, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're completely out of time, Dr. Kumari, but having said this, thank you very much for taking out time. I know this is early morning in DC for that matter, but I think we were able to devote a lot of good time on the Q&A, which is the integral part of the entire conversation-led program like these. So thank you very much for your time on behalf of the entire IPN fraternity, not just from India, if I may say, from all our members across the globe, if I may say. Thank you for joining in. We really had a pleasure listening to you, and we hope to meet you soon, possibly. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very
Bye,
much.
everyone.
Take care. Take care. Okay. So thank you. We are just 6 minutes ahead onto our schedule, ladies and gentlemen. And having said this, we have 3 things for the day, largely, because I know it's been a long day and we've not taken any break for that matter. So let me structure it in a way that we will complete this next session, which is a quick session of half an hour. And after that, we dive into a break, a good, quick 15-minute tea break, in fact, which is your home, your tea. Okay? So nothing sponsored by we guys. Aapka ghar, aapki chai. Okay, so having said this, we'll go there. But give me a quick moment of 25 to 30 minutes, because I think this is a very interesting session for which we have, and this is actually for across the globe, our audiences, not just in India, because we've been speaking about a lot of technology piece in the morning, and all our speakers in a way brought the element of how will technology be a catalyst, and obviously technology is now the mainstay, in fact. So we got this, our next speaker is actually a dear friend of mine. She's been working with IPN very closely now, and whenever we are doing a program, because we believe she's working a very hands-on approach to EdTech in school education. So I will quickly welcome Divya. Divya, you there? Divya Lal?
Yes, Gaurav, thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Namaskar, everybody.
Here. Fantastic. She is a poster boy of EdTech in India. I mean, boy should be not the right word.
My God.
Poster girl, right? And more importantly, what I regard for us, her practical approach. So Divya, we'll straight dive into this. And as we can take up the session topic, which is how will EdTech be supporting the new normal? I have exact 3 questions for Divya. Divya, we'll take up those questions, and then obviously we got into the Q&A, and then I have a session actually with the students, which this is actually, and I would like you to stay back for that session, because that's a very interesting session. And actually you'll get a perspective with respect to what students talk about technology, actually. Okay, so before we go there, I'll hand it over to you. How is, not just in this pandemic with Divya, how do you see the entire compass moving forward will be about enablement of technology with respect to the schooling or the sort of teaching we are doing in India, and in fact across the globe, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gaurav. Very good evening, everybody. So me and Gaurav decided that we are going to keep it as lively and as kicking as we can. So I think, Gaurav, what has happened is, if you look at back 2002, 2003, I think that's the first time tech moved inside classrooms. The smart classroom concept was born.
Correct.
And it started with some 10, 15 schools in the country and grew to today. About close to 100,000 schools in the country have some forms of technology inside. They may get as integrated solutions, they may get as standalone just projectors, but people believe that yes, there could be one more tool other than Blackboard, and that could help you in, bringing concepts alive much faster than what you were doing on a Blackboard, etc. I see your daughter peeping, and you can get her in. So I think coming from that, we've come a long way to a point where in the last 3 years, if you see, there's been a lot of surge of trying a concept like personalized learning. Okay, we see a lot of Baijus and Shah Rukh Khan dancing for us every day on the television, telling, your children learn in different ways, give them the space to learn and give them the thing. And suddenly what has happened because of COVID is that we have come to a situation when learning inside brick and mortar is not possible in the format that we were so used to.
Correct.
So some things have been tougher. Okay, definitely, because, from facing 40 children in my class and 40 set of eyeballs to one camera, okay, how life really transitions to, having 40 physical people to just some thumbnails on a screen, okay, and how you could quickly pick up a chalk and write the homework for the day to actually typing or finding ways, how do I send it, and now did I upload the wrong file, and so this is we are in a volatile space, honestly. and this is truly the space where we should say we are making the ship as we fly, because you will see that the best thing, India's spirit. Every educator in India stood up on 21st March and said learning will not stop. We will do what we can with our limited resources. I've had most amazing teachers using these small smartphones and teaching children online using FlipLearn, etc. Teaching their students, giving homework. It's been like amazing to see people go through that. Okay, so the spirit is there. That has been the big potent proof of the last 95 days that we have what it takes to bring a solution to life.
Correct.
What solution will be the ideal or the best is something we are all making it as of now. Okay, some things that have really shown the way, worked or failed, are some things that are now starting to come as simple threats. I've been a big advocate all this while. I remember even when the lockdown had just started, we started off with one of those IPN seminars, and I said classrooms are not cinema halls. You can't rent cinema hall phenomena, and that's a true indicator. If you see a lot of state governments stepping up and saying no online learning till class 6, class 5, actually what they are saying is don't put a child in front of a screen for 6 hours and expect a parent to dedicate a device and give internet and all of that. So I think now the model that is evolving is that schools should first understand this is not the same timetable of 8 to 2 what they can run.
Correct.
A lot of
Absolutely.
parents are going back to work. A lot of devices that were available till 20 days back may or may not be available.
Right.
Hence, when we are partnering with about 200 schools now, since that journey, who have adopted FlipLearn as an online.
Correct.
And I've always told them, even if it's a live class, see if you can put it at 6 o'clock in the evening. Don't do more than one odd class in a day.
Correct.
Okay. The system should have enough other things to engage the child. Okay.
Correct.
When we say personalization means the time and space. So if you leverage that piece and use it in its entirety, you may see. So now I'm having a couple of schools who said, yes, you're right. The participation is better when we do it at 7 p.m. Okay, we're not comfortable with it, but because all the parents are around, the device is better, the support is better.
Absolutely.
It's easier to run it. So this model is evolving. These learnings are coming after whatever we have done in the last 45 days. Okay.
Correct.
And so idea number one, always, we're not running cinema halls.
Correct.
And when you are with your students online on a live class concept, we also embed live class from Google or Zoom, or we have all of those embedded.
Correct.
I always tell people, have a dialogue, have questions, talk.
Correct.
Don't prescribe. Don't be in like, okay, I will now share my screen and run this video, and I will now share this and I'll show you. All of that is with the child. The system has already given that access. आप बात करिए कि क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 जो होमवर्क में दिया था वो किसी को समझ नहीं आया. Everybody has attempted it wrong. So what is the problem in question number 4? What is the fundamental concept? And as much that part has to be the human building, the relationship building part. कि मेरे बच्चे कैसा कर रहे हैं, आज कैसा रहा, अभी भी हम घर से बाहर नहीं जा सकते हैं, ये हमारी लाइफ डिफरेंट हो रही है. We have to emotionally also support, because schools are not just academic performance. Schools are socio-emotional systems. Correct. I think some of our most amazing friends are school friends, because you've gone through an experience together. The highs and lows where you are, I think, least judged in your life. Okay. And the people have seen you. It's like, your childhood friends have seen you through everything. Absolutely. So you can go ahead and make a fool of yourself at any point of time and not feel weird about it. So that entire environment now online is actually the one that's moving. So I'm going to limit it here. Okay. So that we have, and Gaurav, if I may request, sorry. I was thinking I would want everybody in the audience to actually post something they would want to know.
No, absolutely. I was about to come there. So having said this, my second question, and would have been the final question for this in this case, since you've been working on technology, and as I said, right now we spoke about the advantages. I also want you to say the flip side of the story, which is example, what are a little pitfalls around it, example, which we as an educator needs to take care of it. I know it's maybe not in your comfort zone, but then that's the real question, if I may say, a pitfall around technological intervention, possibly beyond a certain limit, if I may say. Yeah.
So one, I already talked about cinema hall schooling.
Correct.
That is a huge pitfall because everybody just jumped onto a live platform and said, oh, I'll teach from this. I'm like teaching my class. So that's a definite huge pitfall.
Correct.
Second pitfall is, you know, thinking about the barriers that we have are the same barriers that a child has. It is not the same. They are digital natives, we are migrants. Born with technology on your phone. Your daughter who came peeping in, you give her your smartphone, she can download an app, she can play a game, she can navigate through everything, right? Because it's inherent. The DNA is evolved that it's inherent. For us, we still like to, and for my mother, it's like she would love an instructional slip also when it comes. Ki iska instruction kidhar hai before I apply. So we have to understand digital migrant versus digital native. So जो हम लोगों को टफ लगता है वो कभी हमारे बच्चों के लिए टफ नहीं है. So कभी कभी what I've seen is we are limiting ourselves. They say, oh, this is very complex, you know. But the child who's attempting is not feeling complex at all. When I do a survey with my 200,000 kids who are on the Flip Learn, they're like, yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty easy, but I need the next thing. So it's a different wavelength in which people are operating. And we have to be cognizant of that and use them as a part. Third thing, hamesha, too much of anything is bad. And I feel, Gaurav, somehow technology in education has got that, you know, like chap on it. When it comes to tech, somehow people start debating as human competence versus artificial intelligence. You know, this is not the war you are in.
It's not either or situation.
Yeah, and it's a tool. At the end of the day, आप कभी app नहीं खोलोगे तो नहीं चलेगी, खत्म हो गई बात.
In fact,
it's a tool.
In fact, having said this, we were discussing this with the IPN leaders only, in fact, and the fundamental thing what used to come was, and we used to share that had it been not technology, which is your biggest ally in the current times, where would have we been, right? Like so today the biggest ally was actually our biggest non-ally, if I may say, in the want of a better word, if I may say, right? So having said this, I think good you brought those points, and because I think that's where I really like your bit of it, that it is a very practical experience and a hands-on experience. So I will now actually pose a question to the audience, and I will request them to have a question for you. But then before I'm doing that, I'm asking them a question that leaders and across the geographies. So I'm not sure of Vidya, did you join us? So we have almost leaders from 20 nationalities right now with us.
That's fantastic.
And having said this, my question is very simple, ladies and gentlemen, which is, while you've been using this for the past 90 odd day in a very extensive fashion, what as per you is something which you like about technology, and what possibly you can do away with technology? Or you would like that, okay, had this been not there, possibly would have been a better version of a technology for me. Okay, so I think I'll get a show of hand, and as I get a show of hand, I will. Khushbu, you have a question by any chance? Khushbu Ahmed? Or was it for previous one? So Trilogy.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Khushbu.
Yeah. Of course. Thanks, Gaurav. A very good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Actually, I've been waiting to. I liked what Divya talked. You know, she talked very simply and very nicely. Everything. You know.
Correct.
What I was trying to tell you. You know, I had to tell also actually. If you see, look back into history. We had our mode of instruction, which was spoken. You know, earlier in history, the mode of instruction was all spoken. You know, nothing written was there.
Correct.
Then came the mode of instruction that was written. Okay.
Correct.
And now we are having a mode of instruction which is digital. So this is a transition phase. You know, this is a kind of generation change. In fact, we, as you know, where we stand, we are having some benefit because we were already into digital world. We were into computers and our smartphones and everything, you know. So we are having benefit. It was only by COVID pandemic, this time which is going on, that it accelerated everything, you know, that we have to just jump on it from everywhere. So actually, yes. So what I feel is this, some time back, we didn't even know that we are going to just type something and we are going to get the answer from Google. Will anything like that exist? So this is a transition change. We all should take care of it in a very nice and a very good form. As Divya was saying, that our schools are socio-economic places, socio-emotional joints. We should work like that. We should not jump like from every side and we just think about IB things and all those we were discussing during this session. I just want to tell that education is going to be very simple in this form also, only that we have to have a transition. Okay, but my point is there, Divya, and everybody who is here. I have, from India point of view, I just want to say that for these past days, you were saying like in 90 days you have gone through it. In people I know who are not that economically well-to-do, they have not taken up classes because they didn't have the smartphones, the gadgets or anything, and they didn't even know how to use it. You know, small children in my locality. So what is, they are going to, you know, be the strugglers. They're going to struggle. The children who are studying in big schools, they will adapt because they were already having gadgets and smartphones and laptops and everything. So this is my concern. Divya, what do you have to say?
I'll answer that. Yes, I'll answer that. See, we are a diverse country, right? And no one type of solution will fit our story. So currently, I'll inform you what is happening for all the government schools in the country and the children who are not even going to school. You know, various state governments across the country are partnering up and opening some amazing education channels. I'm also trying to work with one of those channels, because अगर आप state government किसी भी government में जाते हैं और बोलते हैं कि कितने बच्चों के पास device होगा, that will be around only 20 to 25%. 75% of kids don't have a smart device or a laptop or a desktop. Okay, and for that the governments everywhere are partnering up to create TV education channels, because that gives you a coverage of 80% straight away to the downstream. And we are creating, in the process of creating the different type of content जो television पे use हो, जो आपको television पे teacher पढ़ा सके. And similarly efforts are happening on radio. So I know you have not seen it in the 90 days because things work very differently when it comes to the government sector and the way things have to be aligned versus private sector, because all of us as school owners can make a decision, okay, can drive things. Over there is and also connectivity. But I'll tell you what is some of the fantastic stuff I've seen in at least some of the governments like Rajasthan, and I would like to put a note there because I went there downstream to check it also, and I'm trying to work with something over there. Let's see it works. Is they ensured every teacher called 4 of their students every other day on a roll, and they started using WhatsApp in community. Even if the child did not have a smartphone, अगर 4 घर छोड़ के किसी के पास था, उसका नंबर लेके उस पे बच्चे को छोड़ना, मैसेज भेजना, क्या करना है, पोएम भेजना उसके लिए, or things etc. So there are some amazing work happening in this country. I'm sure the kid you're talking about, it's not reached, it's happening. But I can tell you, even in government schools, for government schools, a lot of efforts are happening, which will start rolling out, ensuring that whatever has not happened in the last 60-90 days, how do those children catch up and come to a point that their academic year is also moving ahead?
Yeah, that's a good insight. In fact, we
Yeah,
got to know about that.
At the individual level, I'm doing it. Yes.
Yes. Gaurav, can I come in?
Yeah.
Good evening, Divya.
Good evening, sir.
Divya,
how are you?
I'm fine, Divya. I missed your 2 talks before this. I heard a lot, but today I could see you make a lot of sense to all of us. I just have to say that, you know, during this pandemic, it has really been a good teacher to all of us. All those which was already existing, we never bothered. And now we are evolving like anything, you know. I find as a principal of a school, I've evolved over the last 3 months. And the way we are making the children use the things, the way we are doing the assessment online, you know, we just started with, you know, you must have heard of Padlets and all, where, you know, teachers and students can also write there, like we were doing stick-ons. In the physical workshop, stick-ons were there. Here the Padlets have come in. Then we are making crossword puzzles where, you know, children can give the answer. So we are making formative tests like this in fun way during
That's lovely.
the transaction only. I think it's doing very well, and whatever you spoke was all practical. I think it was wonderful hearing you. I don't have a question for you because whatever you talk, we are already, I just wanted to appreciate you. I
Thank you,
just
sir.
wanted to
Thank
say
you.
we are already using all this, and this is really helping us. I think the learning by doing. I think, we were having the IQ, EQ, SQ, and AQ, adversity quotient. I believe now we are getting the experiential quotient because we the digital experience.
Okay.
So I'm really very happy about the experiential quotient. Thank you so much,
We'll
Gaurav,
take
for
up two more
connecting
questions. No,
Divya
no,
to us.
thank you, Trilokji. We'll take two more questions, Divya. Then we are completely out of time. Then your name is Lenovo. Please ask the question. How do I help
Hello,
you?
Gaurav. Hello,
Hello.
Gaurav. How
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you?
I'm good, thank you.
I have attended more of sessions. You have been doing it, and
Thank you.
they are really very impressive. And we get good panelists to get to know about
But what is
the
your name,
education
ma'am?
system. My name is Sushma. I'm the principal of
Okay.
BLS World School, Greater Noida West.
Okay.
So now you had put up one question, like
Correct.
what do you like about the technology
Exactly.
of the online classes, and what do you not like about this technology that is going on? So this
Correct.
question has been put to Ms. Divya Lal.
Correct.
Nice to have you here. So my question is that the technology which I don't like what I have got the feedback from my teachers and the children and the parents, that once the online classes starts by the teacher and she tends to take the attendance, so the children come with enthusiastically and give their attendance, and then they are gone back, they are vanished. So the classes that goes on is left with very few students to attend. So how do we overcome this particular thing, what the teachers are facing?
Good question. My favorite question.
Yeah, and I'd like to also tell you one more thing, like the privacy of the teachers goes away when the teacher is taking the online classes. So she has to be attentive and alert to respond to the students reactions what she puts across, and this continues till late evening hours also. In fact, the parents also get to know about the teacher, and they start putting up personal questions, and they start exchanging ideas, and getting into more closeness with that teacher. So how to overcome these things, to make it more comfortable for a teacher to teach in these online classes?
Done. So, ma'am, I'll get straight to the first one. So, first, see, the basic reason is you have to understand why is it that kids bunking is normal. I mean, they bunk physical classes, they're bunking digital classes. So, I think we should take that with a pinch of salt. I think the bigger question is we have to understand how in self-paced learning environment, that is why you should look at adopting a learning management system, because systems help children to learn more than live classes. Okay, मैम बहुत मुश्किल होता है at times एक screen पे देख के, even if children are there, कुछ समझ भी रहे हैं कि नहीं, ये भी questionable है.
That's true.
Okay, so just being there and really understanding is questionable. So if you look at learning management systems, like we at Fliplearn have done a fantastic job that way. We have so many things to engage. Live classes only one, out of my entire usage, only 30% goes to live class. 70% of the things teachers are making homework, quizzes, children are attempting, children are watching videos and everything.
Right.
So adopting a system helps. If you're only doing live class, you will get into the struggle because too much of anything gets to it. Secondly, I'm very happy you brought about the point about teachers. And I feel I've said this in a lot of forums. Most of us are also parents. We have to be kind to them. All their life, most of our teachers have never faced a camera. And suddenly overnight, they had to switch on. I've had teachers who say, Divya, 40 बच्चे नहीं 120 लोगों को पढ़ाती हूँ मैं. हर बच्चे के माँ बाप भी पढ़ते हैं साथ में बैठ के. और फिर हमें कमेंट्स भी लिख के भेजते हैं उसके बाद, आज आपने ये नहीं करा, आज आपने वो बटन नहीं दबाया, इसको नहीं करा. I think that's why I said it's a volatile time. It's a volatile time and people have to be kind to each other. Everybody is trying to put in their best thing. So I think what you would want to do, which we have done with some schools or with our school heads who have partnered with us have done, we do very regular parent sessions separately. Okay. Parent, we explain to them that, and similarly, you know, when children adopt FlipLearn, so their app is also loaded on parents app. So parent also knows, acha homework aa gaya, acha ye performance dashboard aa gaya, ye ho gaya. So their nerves are a little more calmed out, okay, on what else is happening other than a live class. And that is why I said at the start of my talk, we should minimize this live class circus to keep it relevant. So that, you know, one-off hoti hai. It's like Gaurav doing a session every day at IPN. Then everybody will not attend. He's spacing it out to bring value to it. Okay. So it's the same thing even on the learning piece. We have to keep the novelty going.
In fact, technology has been very advantageous for the kids because they thought that this is something very new to them, and they were very enthusiastic initially ki, oh, what kind of class is going to be.
Yeah.
And the teachers who used to say ki, never use the smartphones, don't be too much on TV and all, and they themselves now are using these technology, and how they are going to justify that what they said earlier, and now they are coming into this system. So that was quite challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there are pitfalls to it, as I said, which is why actually I asked two questions too, which is why I told even Divya that Divya, the tougher questions are, one is what it is doing, and obviously the flip side of it is what it is not doing, possibly. Yeah. So good you brought that up.
Thank you very much.
So,
thank you. Lovely answer I got.
Thank you. Okay, I think there was Rama who was raising the hand, but I don't see her.
Yes, good evening.
I think Gaurav.
Please ask your question.
Actually, my question is already addressed because I think ma'am already asked. But one more concern, she also addressed this thing that parents are trying to connect with the personal messages, and teachers are facing a lot of problem because of this. So how to actually overcome this? You see, you cannot block the number, you cannot block the parent because the work and the classes are going on the same number. So any such idea which can go and help the teachers for this?
Yes, ma'am. What you can do is, you can actually use a LMS, use a learning management system, because it allows a communication other than a live class in which this message goes. Okay. So it is not a personal connection. It's in the system that the message goes, and the communication is managed professionally. Okay. Yeah, it is not sharing personal numbers, etc.
It's not only it's not only when online teaching is happening.
Yes, it is anytime, ma'am. It's anytime.
Because we in J&K, we are dealing more of the things through WhatsApp groups because we have 2G connectivity.
Correct,
and it's like after the class group, the teachers are sending me the clicks that this parent has sent this message, this parent has sent this message. So it's very it's increasing their fatigue.
Absolutely, ma'am. And I think एक session अपने parents के साथ, communication goes a long way into setting expectations. People have to understand everybody is human on the other side. They can't expect a teacher to be answering to, whatever thought hits their head 24/7, etc. So I think what you can do is set up ground rules in every of these WhatsApp groups. Sometimes we do that even in professional companies. Even in ours, people keep sending messages 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and everybody expects just because you have read the message, you are answerable now, right? So I think we set up like professional these things that I will only take messages from 9 to 4, okay, and you will receive messages, you will have, and वो करके, and secondly, ma'am, अगर आप LMS लेंगे, तो अगर basic WhatsApp चलता है, तो FlipLearn जैसा LMS चलेगा आपके लिए, ठीक है? उससे आपके ये पर्सनल स्पेस जो इन्वेड हो रहा है टीचर्स का, जो उनके फोन पे उनका पर्सनल स्पेस इन्वेड हो रहा है, वो आप स्टॉप कर सकते हैं.
Okay, completely out of time. Thank you very much. No problem. No, absolutely. We started a 5-minute late, so we had to do that for you. So thank you very much, Divya. Always a pleasure having you with us, and more than that, you're relevant. You're to the point, and you are specific in your answering. So thank you very much. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, FlipLearn, for supporting this, and hope to see you all again. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, Gaurav. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can quickly welcome Manvi, Utkarsh, The other girl, which is who all are there, guys, you have to unmute yourself. So basically, before I go there, so what I'm just quickly introducing these 4 brilliant kids who we shortlisted actually for a session, which will be a very, very, if I may call it, will be a very unique session, largely for a very specific reason. So far, we've been hearing from the principals or say experts. Now, I think we need to talk to the guys who are subject to all this, which is subject to your teaching, subject to your learning, and if I may say, jitna bhi, I should not be saying Hindi because I have a global audience here, which is largely how much are they really inflicted with whatever we know, if I may say. Okay. So these 4 kids who are young kids, I had to shortlist through a lot of videos which I got are with us. So I am quickly inviting them, and obviously we will first break for a quick tea. So Manvi, quickly show of hand or come on your video and say hi to all.
Hi everyone.
Yeah, Manvi is here. Manvi is from CPS Global School in Chennai. That's Manvi, participant 1. Utkarsh, the other boy. How many of you are here right now? All of you are there? Manvi, put it on that WhatsApp group we have created, who all are there, and can you quickly join us?
Everyone is here already, sir.
Everyone is here?
Yes, sir.
Good. So let me just quick, I can see you at least. Then let me check. Yeah, Rudraksh, unmute yourself and introduce yourself quickly.
Hello. Good afternoon to one and all present here.
Good evening, everyone,
myself,
from Indian Standard Time. And then we will...
myself, Rudraksh Patel.
Yeah.
And I am from Little Angels High School, Gwalior, and student of class 12th.
Fantastic. Siddhi, please introduce yourself.
Delightful greetings of the day to everyone present here. I am Siddhi Joshi, a student of Delhi Public School, Ghaziabad, Basantara.
She looks like as if she's a radio jockey already. I mean, I thought we are about to get into a radio show for that matter. Never mind, good voice. And the last one. Where are you? Is she around? By what name she is here? Hold on for a moment. So these 4 students, ladies and gentlemen, Joshita, you're there? Hold on, I'll help you out, don't worry. But by what name are you here that I have to check? Joshita is here, unmute yourself. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone.
Very good, fantastic. So these 4 kids, dear principals, will be with us after. So I'm asking all of you, in fact, do you want to listen them right away or you want to go for a break? I have just unmuted all of you. Should we go for a quick break? Or should we continue with this? Any one of you? Continue. Chaliye, very good. So let's continue.
Continue with the session so that these children can keep it.
Okay. So
Continue, sir.
Fantastic. So what I'm doing is I am making all of you guys are all co-hosts. So Siddhi, you are a co-host and I'll hand it over to you. You can start. My question to you, in fact, to all 4 of these guys are, share your experience with us of online learning so far. What do you think are the advantages of it? And where do you feel challenged about the online teaching as you are being taught by your teachers? Siddhi, we will start with you and then we will go to the other panelists. Okay? Yeah.
So, thank you so much for this opportunity to have us over here. It means a lot that, that you were here to hear our opinions. Personally, as a student, this transition was so natural to me. And it was very easy to adapt to because our generation is already so tech savvy. And online learning doesn't just help me save my time, but it also gave me a chance to give my parents a new perspective into education, because they usually feel that spending time before these gadgets is a complete waste. And the only way learning is possible is through the traditional means and real books. Online learning allows me to go back and rewatch and revisit the lectures. Sometimes when I'm studying late at night, about going to school the next and learning and productivity have become instead of maybe appearing at school the next day in a perfect flawless uniform, you know. So personally, I have a lot of advantages in this regard. But one concern that I feel I have is how students are spending so much time already on these devices. And we have hours of Instagram scrolling, binge watching YouTube videos or Netflix. And then this added burden of spending 4 hours each day online, or maybe 6 for the online learning and things like that, it is going to have direct implication on our health, you know, in the longer run, from causing headaches because of the blue light that is emitted, or causing posture problems, or damaging our eyesight. So, while we're switching to these online assessments, you know, like traditionally, when it comes to board exams and things like that, writing speed and writing is a very big part of your performance. So I wonder if we'll just go back to the square one and we will no more do these online presentations and assignments and things like that. And like, how will we suddenly get used to it? And then again, the importance of syllabus completion, marks, and things like that cannot be underlined enough. But parents are expecting us to be so productive, you know, when teachers are expecting us to do all this work and things like that. So there is a certain thing where, you know, that mental health of the student is not underlined enough or not emphasized enough, you know, because from a 3-year-old to a teenager, we all have minds that are like wet clay. So all this pandemic issue is actually impacting us in a mental way as well. And our parents or our teachers are having expectations that, okay, because you're not going to school, complete the syllabus faster than usual, or be productive, or, you know, study more and things like that. And I personally miss all those wonderful physical education classes and art periods, because I think the best of my memories over there, you know, and no form of online instruction-based learning can truly replace the joy of being over there. So online learning is something that has its own pros and cons. And I think it is important to navigate through each of these concerns, you know, so that we can ensure that the holistic learning of a child remains the utmost priority, you know, as we build the future of this world through schooling. Thank you so much.
Manvi, over to you. Manvi, yeah.
So for me, the biggest plus point of having online classes is that my travel time has been cut down, because usually I used to take almost an hour to get to school, and now that that has been temporarily suspended, I have more time to concentrate and spend time on other hobbies. And another thing I've really enjoyed about online classes is how it's more convenient and comfortable. So for example, if I'm sick, I don't have to worry about missing classes. I can still stay at home and attend classes. But it's a new experience, obviously. So there's going to be so many things that people need to still get accustomed to. In my case, my father and my sister have meetings usually, and they tend to clash with my class timings. So there's a lot of disturbance at home. And when I was taking assessments, especially then, I found it hard to concentrate because the home environment isn't exactly conducive for writing tests. And then another problem is connectivity issues, because power cuts and internet problems are something very common. And that really affects how well I can concentrate or how effectively I can learn. But at the same time, the most important drawback has been the fact that I'm not able to see and interact with my friends, because friends and classmates form a really important part of the school experience. Learning together is an important part of the learning experience. So the fact that I'm not able to have that anymore is really unfortunate, because staring at a 2D image of is not the same as being in person with them. So that's
good answer. In fact, I think you gave a very practical answer as a typical school-going student, which may be experiencing all this. Question to you, Manvi, and then I can go to the next participant, which is if you have to do a trade-off between the physical school and an online school, which one will you go for?
Definitely physical school.
Definitely physical school. Oh my God. Emphatic. Yes. Wow. Good. So I go to the next participant quickly, which is Joshita, and I will come to Rudraksh at the last, being a boy. He's a chivalry is still not dead, so he'll say that I'll go last, right? So over to you, Joshita.
First of all, good evening, everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Joshita Bhardwaj from St. John's School, Abu Road, Rajasthan. So I guess most of the points have been covered by my friends Siddhi and Manvi, I guess. So I would like to emphasize on the positive side of the online education as well. So apparently by far I've been enjoying the online classes. As a student, I guess it's totally a new world for us. And it's been almost 2 years that we have been studying online. So once our Prime Minister also addressed that new changes bring new opportunities. And that's true. I guess we all got the opportunity to be the part of the Student Council IPN. So yes. Also, the other changes that it's bringing is that, as Siddhi mentioned, the perspective of people towards technology. Like our elders always tell us and scold us, like, stop using your phone, it will harm your eyes and different things. So I guess that's when the perspective changed. Like everybody now thinks that there's not only a bad side or a negative effect, but there's a positive side that we can also learn many things. And I read a story once. It was about the 2157, the future, like how the whole world of a student resides in just a smart box. Like the education, be it schooling, be it the teachers, the examinations. So that's what I feel, that comparing the technical advancement in 21st century, we can already predict and imagine how it's going to be in the future. Like everything is going hand in hand with technology. So that's what I think. Online classes also help us to improve our skills in technology, since it's as important as studies. And that's what I think. Like every startup has its own flaws, we all know, and time is the best healer. Like I guess once we all get used to it, it's going to be really amazing, and we'll see the new side of the coin. So that's what I
Very
think.
nice. You are in which grade?
I'm in 10.
10. You're the youngest one, I believe. All three of them are 12th, I believe, right? You're the youngest one. Well done. Proud of you. Good job.
Thank
Very
you.
well said. And in fact, I will let the house to ask you guys also questions. But as of now, I'm just completing the last speaker of mine, which is Rudraksh. Over to you.
First of all, greetings to all. It is a great opportunity for me to be able to share my views on such a great platform. So these testing times, they have compelled us to use our ingenuity in managing certain affairs. And education is one of them. And now I guess the online education classes have become the nucleus of it. As I'm more of a personal touch types, so like when I go to school, we are able to able to freely express ourselves. We are able to converse and communicate with the teachers. We are freely able to share our queries. But in online classes, I guess, though we are able to get the learning, but then too somewhat that personal touch is missing. Even in new schools, and even the schools are introducing flipped learning system. It has been quite successfully implemented in our school. So this flipped learning system, though it is able to meet the needs, competency and understanding of the child, and it creates a soul space for the teacher as well as student, but that then a question pops up in my mind when I think about these user-friendly platforms, that how much user-friendly these apps can be created so that to facilitate training as well as education at the same time, but the data and privacy can be protected and preserved properly. Because as we all know, data is the new oil. And even when I feel that when I'm in a comfortable atmosphere, it hinders our learning process. Like the major reason for that is the biggest setback is that it gets delayed, or we basically we are not able to study when we are in our own habitat. There is a very popular shlok in Sanskrit in India that alasya manushyaram sharirastu maharipu. Laziness or inertia is the biggest enemy of human body. So I believe that online classes, or it can be a perspective, that online classes could prove to be very useful in that particular phase, but is unparalleled. Even like there are some subjects such as maths, science, or even history, political science, accounts. We can talk about these subjects. They can be taught via online platforms, as well as the instructions can be given. But at the same time, how can we meet the needs of the practical understanding regarding sports and fine arts, which perform an integral part of our school life, and that days of friendship? I miss them too much. Yeah, and that cannot be matched. Thank you.
Okay, so the voice is unanimous. Online is just a makeshift arrangement. Possibly they are now getting bored of it, and they soon want to go back to their campuses. But then we have to all wait. So I will now quickly open the house for a couple of questions with these very young and dynamic panel of mine. They've done a brilliant job, and they were all brilliant, if I may say. So what are they? Let me share with all of you what I'm helping them with. They got selected through a process. Obviously, they will get a certificate from my side, and all four of them will be getting a check of 2,000 rupees, which maybe is their first income for that matter, which is their first sort of any sort of income, if I may say, they've earned. But then that is what IPN will be doing for them. Okay, so I will now, Dr. Sharma, you have a question for these kids? You can unmute yourself and ask the question if you have any. Dr. Neelam Kumar.
Yeah, Gaurav,
good evening.
Good evening, and congratulations for getting it. Had fantastic way of going up.
Thank you.
My question to the all, I must say, they are really brilliant students. My question is, I'm sure, what is the reaction of your parents, and especially if you have some younger sibling, what is their feeling about that on the online classes? Any of them can answer.
Any one of you can answer. Unmute yourself and answer. Yeah, Doshita, tell me.
So the reactions of the parents, it's obviously very, different from the regular schedule. Like usually we are not at home in the morning time, and it obviously changes the whole the schedule of our parents as well, because some of us are sleeping till 11 o'clock or till 12 o'clock. So that obviously and then the parents, they can't figure it out. Like while we are using phones, are we playing or are we studying? So that's the drawback. They don't understand it actually. So that's one of the things that is the reaction of our parents.
राकेश जी, डॉक्टर राकेश, आप पूछना चाह रहे थे, आप कर लीजिए, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए अपने आप को.
I think what I was also trying to know, what about any sibling? They are also there, younger one, and how is the parents' reaction if they are attending the class, and what is your duration total? All four, if I can ask, what is the duration of your online class in whole day?
So yes, sir. So actually, when it was a kind of makeshift arrangement earlier. So earlier we were having around 3 to 4 classes, and that were of around 40 to 45 minutes. But as now the new CBSE guidelines have come that we can have the regular school timings for the classes. So now I think 6 to 7 periods would be regularly attended by all the students.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Ritu Guglani, your question. Ritu Guglani.
Yeah, I'm there.
Your question?
Yeah, it's really amazing to hear these young learners. My just one question is there.
Please.
As you learners and we educators are going through this new normal for the first time, and no one was prepared for this situation. Whatever we as educators are planning and executing for an effective teaching learning process. But you as learners, If few people are not getting what is expected from us, so everything goes in vain. So I just wanted to ask, what are your expectations from the educators that can make this transaction better and fruitful? Because it's been like 3-4 months we are working on online learning, so you must be missing on few things. So if these learners can tell us, so we can improvise in our schedules and planning so that we can make it more effective.
So may I answer that?
Yeah.
Ma'am, first of all, I would like to say that there are very diligent efforts that have been created or that have been done by both the educators as well as from both the student side, and both are working upon how to cope up with the new system. So like I said, that a new flipped learning system has been introduced in many schools. So we get the podcast or we get the videos prior to that. So instead of the confusions that are created while the classroom is going, we can prepare the doubts itself, or we can prepare the queries earlier on, and then we can share it in the classroom if the time permits, and with a regular course of studies that are going on.
So very glad to hear, Rudraksh, that you people are really feeling that we all are putting in efforts to make it effective teaching learning process. Good luck. Thank you so much, Gaurav.
Savita ji, your question, and Tahir, your question.
Yeah.
I
Good
have
evening,
time for only
everyone.
2 questions now.
Good evening, everyone. It's very important because the way we are catering to serve our children to the best of our abilities, it's very important to hear directly from the horse's mouth.
Correct.
Dear kids, my question and my query requires an honest confession from your side. Just now, Rudraksh said that as per the CBSE new guidelines, schools are preparing that they're going to have the regular school timings, even for the online classes. But tell me honestly, how many of you, 4 of you are here right on this platform, what is your average duration wherein you are switching off the videos and roaming around in the premises even though your lessons are on? And secondly, give me those key factors which you people want, because we have heard a lot from the from the big educators, researchers, that it has to be effective teaching, teacher has to be involved, it has to be blended teaching, hybrid ways of teaching. No, that's all is fine. I want to hear from each one of you the honest way, what all things you want to be incorporated, that even though we are going to have, let's say, not 7 periods or 7 classes in a day, let's say around 4 to 5, that is going to make you sit and learn, and the purpose of this teaching learning process should be met. So please give me your honest feedbacks, on this particular point, because that is going to be of great help to all these educators who are there on the platform. And thanks to Mr. Gaurav for that. Yes, we'll start with the youngest one, the class 10th grader.
Yes, thank you so much, first of all. And I would like to say that it doesn't matter if it's 7 periods or 8 periods or 5 periods. But what matters is that are we understanding whatever that has been taught? So that is one of the important things. And since this all is new to us, like none of us have been doing this since years, whether it be teachers or be it the students. But one thing that actually matters is that the physical presence of the teacher, that actually matters a lot. Because what happens is when we are in a classroom, so the teacher creates an aura automatically, which makes all of us comfortable, and we are free enough so that we can ask and we can clear our doubts at that point of time itself. But while online classes lack in it, like we feel like the teaching should be like, we don't feel that it is a mobile. We should feel that our teacher is sitting in front of us, and then we are just having a one-to-one conversation. So once this aura is created through the mobile phones itself, I guess this will really help online classes to climb the stairs of betterment and improvement.
So basically, dear, you are trying to say it's the human touch, which is a miss. And definitely, if the lesson is creative and it is being served on the platter in a proper blending of a lot of things, rather than a monologue, unless until you guys are actively involved, right? It will be difficult for you to be there, whether it is 6 or 7 teaching periods in a row in a day. Am I right, dear?
Yes.
Okay,
So
moving.
can I add?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Quickly.
So what Joshita said was a very valid point, that you get the human touch while in the school. Even I feel that when we are more closer to the devices and we are more closer to the computers, PCs, so we start getting strains and we start getting headaches, and the concentration level that is required to study, or the purpose itself, it goes in vain. And even though we can concentrate for a particular limit if there is a necessity or if there is importance, but like when we are in school, we are also able to freely interact with friends in the free time while the teacher is arriving. So that also acts as a kind of stress buster during that particular phase. So that's why it can be compensated at the same time, but then too that personal touch is missing.
Very right. Very nice. So it's not only the teachers, it's your buddies also whom we are missing a lot more. Very good. Next one, if we can hear the third participant.
Ma'am, I would like to add in something.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, what I feel is that I agree with my friends that with Raj and Joshita that there is lack of physical touch, that is so crucial to the learning process, that makes everything so easy for us. And the fact that when our friends are with us, it makes the learning process so much easier and we are so much engrossed in the learning process itself. What I feel is like right now, we must not like force students to maybe study for like 7 or 9 or 8 periods or whatever. I feel like right now we should focus on the mental health of the child that is being impacted, because there is a lot of anxiety and stress about, okay, what is going to be next? Or for the students who are in grade 12 right now, or grade 10, they are supposed to be prepared for the boards next year, and they're supposed to cope up with the learning process and things like that. So maybe we want like maybe 4 hours or something of very fruitful interaction of or exchange of knowledge instead of like longer periods of it. And such periods should be more like where there is more focus on active learning instead of a monologue sort of thing, which is, one way, so that students can actually actively understand what they are being taught instead of it just being like a thing where I'm just like listening a podcast and I'm like just doing something else or checking my phone or something like that, And if it's interactive, if I'm like genuinely interested in it, maybe because of the graphics and things like that, it is very likely that, like students will not like do other things while the class is going on, and they will be actually interested in like paying attention to what.
Sorry, Siddhi, what you are trying to say that besides the teachers a miss, friends a miss, right? Health hazards of blue screen or blue light, right? Psychological needs also to be very well taken care of. Am I right, dear?
Yes,
like,
ma'am.
Way you said the anxiety levels are going higher because next year you guys will be exposed to the normal conventional style of board exams, right? So moving on to the last participant. Are you there, dear, from Chennai?
Yes, ma'am. So following up on what Joshita and Siddhi said, it's really important to have an interactive session, because the teacher on the online interface, the teacher has no idea whether the students are actually paying attention, and it sort of becomes a one-sided thing. So in that sense, it makes sense to include. There actually already exists software and apps, I guess, that actually allow students and teachers to work together and for the teachers to monitor the students' progress. So if that sort of thing was introduced to online classes, then it would be a really good thing.
So basically you are saying if we have those kinds of apps and the kind of programs wherein we can check in the indiscipline which is being created during the online classes, right?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much, dear. Thanks a lot. You guys have definitely enriched me a lot. Okay. And I think my many friends on this platform, they're definitely going to jot down these so-called main requisites that we have to rectify to make our classes more interactive and fruitful for each one of you. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll take 2 questions. That's it. Though we are eating on the time of Kavita ji, your session. Kavita, I'm taking the liberty of, because this is a wonderful session and I want to give these kids a little more time. So I am eating on a little time from your session, which is the last session of our day. But I'm sure you'll allow me that. Actually extended a little more ahead. So Tahir, your question, and Aditi Mukherjee, your question. These will be the final 2 questions of the session.
First of all, Mr. Gaurav, really it is your innovative idea of involving the children It is really amazing and fantastic. I must congratulate you for the same thing.
Thank you.
And I will appreciate if you would have taken one child from one primary section as well. So my question which I wanted to ask, my previous that learned principal have already asked, but still I want a very crisp answer from these children. You know that it is not going to end. That you will this online classes, and when it will going to be a physical one, it is sure that it will not be completely off. It will go hand in hand, because of now the world want to ready for the both the things. Whenever anything they can switch. I want from you what percentage, according to you, you feel so that online plus physical will go in future, or what you suggest from your side.
Thank you so much, sir, for your question. I would like to answer it by saying that I don't think that we should entirely go back to, having physical class with not much of a digitization aspect. That would be like we're just going back to the square one. What is the use of all this progress and things like that? So maybe what we can do is maybe we can try to imbibe some of the learnings that we had from these online sessions into our curriculum, maybe using laptops, or maybe, being more environmentally friendly by not using lots of papers and notebooks, and maybe switching up with online documents or Google documents and presentations and things like that. Online future is how it's going to be like in the future, so there is no point of going all the way back and forgetting all our progress. But also we have to keep in mind, because in a country like India, there is a lot of rural base, and in the end we have exams like boards and the different boards of the countries, where writing speed of a student is like one of the major things, when it comes to the performance in the exam. So one cannot really discard the use of paper, and because if we do that, then probably we are not going to be able to finish the paper. But then again, there are things like how CBSE introduced 20% objective type questions in this year's board exam. So I think such moves like that, if we are also coupling them up with continuation from learning through apps and giving students the tools through which they can continue to learn online, or maybe we can record the lectures in the classes because it helps to revisit them. I think there are some which can be taking a middle way instead of being going on both the extremes. So I think it would be really helpful if we find a middle way that is more balanced.
Sure. Mr. Gaurav, I think these children answer is far better than what our experts were also saying. But I don't say better, but it is in line with our experts.
No.
Yeah.
Having said this,
I could see our bright future.
These are the future of our countries. In fact,
yeah. And it is bright. It is bright. I could see.
Absolutely, the future of all the world. In fact, I would say. Aditi Mukherjee, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, and a very good evening to Manavi, Siddhi, Joshita, and Rudraksh. Believe you children, even we are dying to get back to seeing you all physically. I'm sure everybody who is here on the other side of the table or on the other side of the screen feel the same as I do. So, and I really do empathize with y'all that y'all are not being able to get that social touch with your friends. We really are thinking and praying with our heart and soul that this pandemic should end and we should be getting back to our physical classes. Now that all of y'all are either in 10th or in 12th, that is y'all are your board appearing classes, my question to y'all is, how would you want the assessments, the final assessment to happen? Hopefully we are keeping my fingers crossed that we are going to go back to normalcy and y'all will write your board papers in the normal pattern. In case, keeping the worst scenario in mind, in case that does not happen, what are your ideas about the final assessment that can happen? Because it's a career-making examination that y'all would be appearing for. So y'all can take it up in any order, whoever wants to answer the questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Answer, Rudraksh.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Like there is a new situation, and rather seeing this as a situation of obstacles, we can rather see this as a situation of opportunities. Like in foreign schools, we see there is a system of practical understanding, or there is a more focus laid on that system in which the theoretics as well as parallel to that the understanding regarding the parallel understanding goes on, in which the student has to personality as well at the same time via performing certain other experiments, such as via making certain projects. Like the project system has evolved in our country as well, but at the same time we can adopt that system of education as well. Till now, the paper of writing the boards, and till now the paper of writing the other unit tests, that is perfect for our country. But then too, when we can adopt that system in the meantime, so as to take care of our education, and it would also ensure that the merit is not subsided, and at the same time the purpose is fulfilled. Thank you.
I would also like to share my views.
Go ahead.
Yes, Joshita.
Yes.
Waiting to hear from you.
So, what I feel is that examinations are significant for an academic year, because by that teachers can also figure out the students' performance. Teachers can also assess one's performance, and we also get to know that on which subject we have to work on. So keeping that in mind, I think online examinations are not a good idea. It's not a good idea actually, because if once we conduct examinations online, we cannot assure it that no student is cheating, because there's no other solution for that. We cannot obviously sit one-to-one and see whether he or she is opening their books or copying the answers from
So let me quickly ask one last question to these kids, and we will wind this up because we are now completely out of time. Three of you are in the 12th examination. If even there was a remaining board examinations which were left, which were recently cancelled, if you know, day before yesterday, SC said that there's no examination furthermore. So maybe it's a possibility that you guys were not remaining left with any examination, but were you happy they're getting cancelled, or what was your take on it? As a student, what was your take on it? Would you have wanted your examination to gone through? Or if even you have not written, even if you have not written that examination, what was the sense you were getting from your fellow, say your colleagues, in fact, if I may say fellow students who were about to write that examination? Good or a bad decision?
I would like to answer that question because I had my last exam on 1st of July.
Okay.
And I was closely following all the news, to make sure like what is the decision going to be, because honestly, I was not able to study for the exams, but most of all, I mean, if there was an exam, I would have studied, So I was really, I don't know, like kind of confused about the decision. I mean,
no, let's not go into that. My question is, are you happy about it not happening, or you're not happy about it? Only simple question.
Like, I'm not able to do an exam. I can go and study as hours. But I am happy because I would not need to study, and because we have to keep the conditions that are out there in mind. So this decision is only like fair, and it seems sensible. But waiting for the results to come is very stressful, because there is nothing that I can do, and there is nothing that is in my control right now, basically.
Manvi, would you like to answer were you left with any examination, or you are on the IB board, so you had no examination?
No, I had no examination.
You had no examination. Rudraksh.
So like I have just entered the class 12, so I can't step in that shoes.
No, absolutely.
But sir, like I have talked to my colleagues or my seniors, so they were, when I talked to them, it felt like they were feeling like a directionless ship. They were feeling that they wanted to give examinations because they didn't want to depend on luck of other 3 examinations so as to decide the other 5 examinations. But then too, there wasn't any choice, so I think that was the best option.
Okay, okay, fair, fair. That's a good that's a good answers to all. Thank you very much, guys, all of you. Completely out of time, but you guys were brilliant. My best wishes to all of you on behalf of, in fact, entire IPN fraternity, not just from India, from across the globe. You will any which way do very well. Thank you very much, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I now go to Kavita. I hand it over to you. You are a co-host, and you can now unmute yourself. Introduce your panel, and then all yours.
Hello. So good evening to everybody. And it was enjoyable listening to all the teachers, all the experts, and basically the students. So what I really gathered is blended learning is supposed to be there, emotional connect, technology expertise, physical touch, teacher aura, and a lot of good rapport. So yes, definitely when COVID-19 hit us, some people said, there's going to be no academic year and people are going to just lose out. But our teachers became education's first responders. And within 24 hours, they were not put online, but they went online. So today we're all gathered to talk about a very pertinent topic, changing role of teachers and teaching methodology in the new normal. And to answer all the questions across this that we've been discussing from afternoon, I have really eminent stalwarts. We're going to be answering a lot of questions. So let me introduce you to our esteemed panelists. The first one, Trilok Singh Bisht, the principal of Delhi Public School, Ghaziabad. Vasuntara, with 32 years of experience in the education sector. He's a CBSE National Awardee for 2016, Outstanding Contribution to IAYP Award for 2019, and is a leader who leads by example. Basically, I've been in touch with him and he's so soft-spoken and a thorough gentleman. Priya Sangwan, principal of Sri Rama Bharati Public School, NCR, with an experience of more than 15 years. She's also associated with around 20 schools in North India as an academic consultant. We have Mrs. Rajeshwari Sawant, an accomplished principal of Gwalior Glory High School, a senior secondary school having multifunctional skills in diversified areas. Her profile is so extensive and so wonderful. She's got so many awards linked to her. She's been a teacher trainer, she's been a national awardee, and she's been, I don't know, so many, even doing ISO audits. Then we have Mr. Sanjeev Bhatia, who's going to spend nearly a decade in the corporate sector in New Delhi and Bangalore, and his passion for learning to travel made him rethink his existence. He went into education as a schoolmaster, working at the Doon School, Dehradun, where he wore many hats. An alumnus of the Doon School and a postgraduate in management studies in the United Kingdom, and he's researched and trained from the Tata Institute of Social Studies. He's currently the principal. He was a principal of Sri Ram Centennial School, Dehradun, where he was a founder principal. Today, he's a founder, head and director for the Oberoi School of Integrated Studies, more prevalently known as the OSS Dehradun. So we have such eminent stalwarts. And my first question goes to Mr. Sanjeev.
Just a quick, Kavita, before you go ahead, such a passionate individual she is. Kavita, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I was unable to introduce you to Kavita. So Kavita is the principal of CNM School, Mumbai, India. And having said this, she is a very, very decorated school leader by her own regards, in the sense I have known her for good 3 years now. Very humble, very, very unassuming, if I may say, and very, very approachable. These are the qualities which you like in any individual, and she is bestowed with all three of them in abundance, if I would say. And a quick introduction to Sanjeev. Bhatla is the name. I want to just quickly make a correction there. It was Bhatia.
Yes, thank you for correcting it.
Over to you, Kavita, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gaurav, and thank you for all the wonderful praises.
Take care.
So, to Sanjeev, first of all, now as per World Bank education and COVID-19 situation that we had, number of students in countries with fully closed schools are going beyond 1,12,000. I don't go to the numbers, it's immense. Number of students in countries with partially closed schools are around more than 5 crores. So the earlier one was 11 crores and now this is 5 crores. So how will school leadership change to support the new normal?
Excellent question, Kavita ji. But thank you first. I would also like to thank Gaurav, who has brought us together on this platform. There were some fabulous speakers during the day. And as last speakers, we have to be very careful that we are not repeating something, or some questions that have been asked earlier are not coming back again to us. So it's very nice. There was Raghav Podar, who spoke on mental health of teachers, and Vanita Uppal spoke very well on equity to access. Kavita Gupta on building portfolios for students, and the students spoke so well. So thank you again. But Kavita ji, you have put across the fact that a large number of students, due to corresponding number of closed schools, are being deprived of education. I mean, this is what I'm also looking at one angle. And we are aware that most schools across the globe were instantly able to transform teacher roles and teaching to the online platform, which was working from home. We also know that the schools are not made for social distancing. They are made for children to come together. Children too are not wired for social distancing. They need to touch, throw, push, pull, hug. And children need immense training before they are prepared for physical school. So I hope the parents are by now getting geared up. I don't know when the schools will open up, but we must begin this training. The school leadership too has changed, and it has to show some strategies and support the system in what we are calling the new normal. I look at it in a two-pronged manner. The first, what can the schools do, and what changes are needed to include learners, ensure equitable access, empower and equip teachers, build capacity, rethink the role of a teacher, and also reimagine the business model. Secondly, as I see most of the school leaders and school managers are focusing on what, why, and how. This is what I saw during the day today. I feel it is extremely important for schools to put a team together to understand what the schools can't do or may not be able to give to the learning and teaching community. And this is an extremely important point, because what the schools can't do, or what your school can't do, someone else will take this opportunity. Now, what is that schools may not be able to do depends on how it functions. There are various types of schools: a day boarding school, a day school, a residential school, sports school, a co-ed school, a single gender school, and there are more variations. So the more the variation, perhaps the better it is for the school. That is the way we are headed in any case. The role of the teachers will have to evolve accordingly, however complex it may become. By and large, currently I see that the schools will not be able to give access to contact sport. Sports fields and areas will have to be reimagined. Perhaps sports like shooting, yoga, cycling, cross-country, and other forms of nature and non-contact adventure sports will need to be developed. Importantly, to manage mental and physical and spiritual health, not only of students, but as we said, the teachers too. Schools with large number of students in one section, or with a poor student ratio, student-teacher ratio, will have to bring in an enormous change. I see a lot of classroom to be outdoors, and the concept of class without walls will have to coexist in this contemporary design. Larger sanitized spaces for cultural activities such as art, music, dance, and theater will have to evolve to accommodate solo engagement. Majorly, teachers will see a new role in synchronous and asynchronous expertise. That is, some will have to specialize online interactive teaching and formative assessments, and others on content recording and improving lessons. So Divya's points, I was trying to see that how the flip classes or the flip learn platform of learning management system is going to help this out. And I see a lot of changes, especially here in this side. Both facilitators will have to work together. Teachers will have to importantly move from content dumping to be master curators.
Yes.
Teachers also will experience an exponential interaction with parents, as parents who were mostly silent partners are now watching and even attending lessons with interest. Many teachers will see their new role with blended learning and flipped classroom style of education. No school will be able to give facilities as they already exist. Newer subjects, newer activities, and student projects will have to be developed by the teachers for their subjects. Whatsoever, technology and digitalization is here to stay, and there is no better time to revolutionize education for the better. While supporting this new role of the teacher, I see the leadership to refocus on the model designed by Quali. In fact, I quite liked his presentation, which is there on the internet, which is to mobilize, stabilize, and strategize. So mobilize, when I say mobilize, it's to ensure equitable access to resources, adjust schedules and prioritize professional development, connect the dots and remain dynamic. Stabilize, to build capacity, to catch and pollinate ideas, to respond to feedback, to encourage collaboration, and to strategize, challenge the what, why, and how we transact curriculum and transfer knowledge. Look out for opportunities to accelerate and adapt to change. Redesign the system with equity in mind. Create a culture for research and development. Like I said before, rethink the role of a teacher and reimagine the business model.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. Thank you so much, Sanjeev, because you really spoke about the 3 parts and what schools cannot do. So I want to speak to Mr. Trilokji, that since we're talking about teacher engagement and teacher all these things, how are the teachers engage the students, given that also given